Hello everyone, Scientir here with more Guild Wars 1, as I'm wont to do. I know, I'll probably do another Dark Souls 1 randomizer at some point, but won't be next week, because next week is Christmas and I ain't streaming. Leastways if I got my dates correct, and I'm pretty sure I do. So I have decided that I want to continue playing on Ardens Argentum. Ardens is also doing a Skill Booster League. She's my last character to have one active, at least the from start Skill Booster Leagues. I haven't figured out a method that I want to do for for other ones at this point. It looks like she has gone all the way through Hell's Precipice here. I think she's finished everything but Nightfall, but I was also wanting to backfill Flameseeker Prophecies. Probably. So, on that note, probably just going to do a little bit more Prophecies today. Maybe we'll go over to Nightfall. I've done Thirsty River. I kind of want to finish filling out this book and then go work on Nightfalls, which she has not touched. She is a Nightfall character, though. But I have a Drachner's Courage and Gavel of the Nephilim, so I've been through both of those campaigns, so. I imagine I'm also capping some elites out here. Yeah, I got Word of Healing. And I will likely want Shield of Regen if I don't have it already. I have it already. Cool beans. I have been thorough on her, which seems good to me. I'm just reacquainting myself with this character because it's been a while since I played on her. Okay, so this is her Knight's Armor. She also has Survivor's Armor. I probably want to get her proper gloves for this set, now that I'm looking at it. Because the lieutenants probably want to float around if I want that effect. Radiant Elite Gladiators, that makes sense. Sentinels, kind of a combination of Jingjae and Kurzik. I kind of wanted to get her Canthan too, I remember thinking. I'm not quite sure what I'd make of that one off the top of my head, though. Alright, well, let's not worry about that too much. And my voice feels like it's kind of deep today. Don't know why I have this bow here. It's a real good bow. Probably got it, and I didn't have room in my bank for it. That's what my guess is. Do I have room in my bank now? That's the follow-up question, isn't it? I don't know offhand. The answer is looking like no, but I could probably sell off a stack of iron and open up some space. I have too many crafting materials. Well, we'll worry about that at a different time. Okay, so I need to grab heroes and also see what's actually in this booster league. Do I have the stuff necessary for... That is the wiki. I have a couple of additional windows up on the screen. I accidentally clicked the wiki. It would not help me in my assessment right now. So I do have incoming. I have one copy of incoming. Do I have any copies of fallback? Does not look like it. Okay, so I can do a little bit of run fast, but not a lot. I'm just going to grab a semi-random assortment of heroes. There, that's a semi-random assortment. I have no idea how these guys have been kitted up, if at all. That is a heck of a bar. Probably ain't going to be running that on Daedalon. Okay. Yeah, okay, so she's set up for command, probably? No. Leadership. Alright, yeah, this bar seems fine. I'm guessing that because of the skill booster league, she has valid skills. Yep, there's that, and chest thumper, and wild throw. Okay, that seems fine. You know what? Sure. I imagine he's set up properly, too. Yeah. I got a bunch of Signets of Spirit. The one Splinter Weapon. I don't mind having Binding Chains. That one's pretty good. I don't know what that bar is supposed to be. So you're more... curses, it looks like. Yeah. Okay. You know what? All these bars are probably fine. Um... Yeah, and I have some healing myself, so... Let's just go ahead and roll with these for the time being. Because, again, I imagine that they're all correct, the Skill Booster League, because I would have been doing that on her. Oh, yeah, except for whatever this nonsense is. I don't want to do this nonsense. Okay, I can gonna go a little bit of an E-Surgy route. But he doesn't actually have any runes, I'm noticing. So I'm just scanning through to see if I have any runes here. I do have this Undertaker's Insignia, but that is not relevant to a Mesmer for some reason. Fast casting only helps Lightning Orb of these spells anyway. And I don't know what I'm hoping to Fragility. I can definitely go more of an... Yeah, okay. Let's just change secondaries entirely. Just dump those points out that way. Before I go poking around there, I'm gonna go check to see how many copies of things like Flesh of My Flesh I have. I should have at least one copy because I'm using one copy. Okay, I have one copy. And I don't have Death Pact Signet because it would be right in here if I did. Alright, what monk reses do I have in my league? I always get copies of Vengeance. And Resurrect's Hot Garbage, so I tend to get a lot of copies of that one too. Okay, I have Restore Life. I'm running one copy on Olias, but I can run a second one here. So let's do that. Dump the rest of this bar, because I don't want that. Restore Life. Right here. Okay. Good old Illusionary Weaponry. I would not use Illusionary Weaponry here. It's pretty hostile to it. I'm going to do a split like this. It's going to be a weak E-Surge, but what you going to do? I don't feel like going to grab runes right now. Shatter Hex. Part of the thing is Mesmers are just so effective at their job that it's hard to not want to do this. I do get another copy of Power Drain. I have one on the Monk, but I have two copies, so I can run one here as well. Do I have Drain Enchant? Yes. Okay. Give him a copy of Drain Enchantments. That's useful. At least in theory. There'll be some enchantments on some of the elementalists, at least. Unnatural Sickness is a really important part of energy management here. And I kind of want Chaos Storm. There we are. I wonder if Empathy would be better. Not relevant. It looks like I don't have Empathy in this league. Cool. Well, then we won't use it. Because I don't have it. I'm not currently running BIP. Do I have access to BIP? No, I do not. So there is an argument for Well of Blood. I'm going to go ahead and run this weird mess for the time being, but I will note for the record that Well of Blood, definitely an option and something I can consider. But it's not as good of energy management as BIP is. Do I have Blood Ritual either? No, it doesn't look like it, because it's Blood Renewal, Blood Bond. Yeah, I would be right in here. If we look at Blood Magic, you can see Blood Renewal, Dark Bond. Like, these are right next to each other right after Blood Renewal, so I don't have it right here. Okay, yeah, so this character just has much less in the way of energy management to work with, which is fine. It works a little bit better self if you select Guild Wars rather than OBS when you hit your hotkeys. Okay, so the big thing I have to remember is that my Gift of Health is not irrelevant at all. So I'm actually going to slide this over to here. I find it a lot easier to keep track of over here than I do all the way over here. Just how it works. I guess technically I could look at bars here, but I can't click on this to select a hero. I have to click in these, so... okay. So if I am trying to do stuff out here. Ooh, Vengeance and Defensive Stance. Do I have either of those? I don't know that Vengeance is great, but... there's Benetti's. Oh, I do have Defensive Stance. Well, that's a little bit of a pity, but I'll accept Vengeance, I suppose. So I needed to go kind of... yeah, down here to Dunes. Let's just head towards Dunes. Doesn't really matter too terribly much otherwise. Let's see. And this is Vampiric, Zealous, and Furious. Okay. These guys are real annoying, I'm noticing. It's hard for me to fight in eruptions because it blinds me. So... I really like the Crystal Desert. I've got decent Ebon Vanguard rank, but I think that caps out at like 110 or something. This is Zealous Axe right now that I'm using. Hope everyone's doing well today. I myself am fairly happy to have gotten an article released yesterday on my blog, asksantier.com. Yes, I am self-promoting on my own stream. It's just how I'm going to roll. There's a worm, yeah. Okay. There you are. Worms have a lot of armor. So, the plus damage for my weapons does a pretty good job of punching through, but it's where Mesmer stuff really comes in. You can see, though, like, this is 8 points of energy, whereas at 16 it would be 11, which is a pretty big difference. Man, you can get some good hits off of warrior stuff. That was too finicky. Took too long to heal by doing that finickiness. At least I have Healing Burst. That's a strong one. Not very useful on warrior, but you know, that's how it goes. Don't remember what professions I have unlocked on her. Need to adjust the microphone down. The part of what I'm thinking is restoration magic would be kind of useful. I think it's mostly like monk and martial professions though. Maybe not dervish. Yeah, because I'm not seeing a scythe. So it's probably like paragon, monk, and technically assassin. That's fine. Ritualist heals are a little bit better, but I should close that if I'm going to looking at things here. By things I mean my party. More sand elementals. Get cleaved. Killing Minotaurs would actually not be bad. I have the quest for it. Elona Reach is actually really good for Minotaurs. There's a lot there. Good old ghostly vengeance. I already have done Thirsty, so I don't need to worry about how to get to that one. Elona reaches above Destiny's Gorge. That shock was annoyingly timed. Yeah, maybe I should grab Ritualist on her too. Men, Body, and Soul is just stronger. Double checking, I have Warrior's Endurance already. I do. I'm not surprised by that, by the by. This is a good spot to find some Desert Griffins. I remember back in the day, I used to go to the spot where you could round up a bunch of these guys, drop on Gladiator's defense, do a little spinning. Kind of like that. And farm yourself a bunch of Griffins. Bluntly, I miss some of the farms that used to be in this game. The nice sort of, like, Griffin farming was really nice and easy and kind of relaxing. And, granted, it wasn't here that you'd do it. Then there's the Spirit Bond based farms that you'd do. Regular Hydras are actually way more dangerous than that boss. That boss is a warrior and is just tanky. The other ones are legit dangerous. Very, very much legitimately dangerous. Because they're elementalists that'll drop meteors on you and do fireballs and stuff, and they'll do quite a lot of damage with those. Okay. Very important to be precise when pushing these, or you will mess it up and it won't work. Got ourselves some Forgotten over here. Their enchanted swords and bows and throw dirt spam. Hello, Dunes of Despair. So, what do I... Yeah, I have Monk, Assassin, Paragon, and Dervish. Oh, I do have Dervish. Oh, but I probably am not doing Scythe on here because I have Scythes on other characters. That's fine. Yeah, because ultimately I would have... Let's see, Vampiric, Zealous, Furious. Vampiric, Zealous, and this must be a Furious Hammer. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. So I have Vampiric, Zealous, Furious of all of those. You wielding Daedalon, Hourglass Staff. What is this? This is a decent Domination Staff. I'm gonna swap him over to the Domination Staff here. I can go pick up Mirian and Ciantier. Let's see. A lot of these books and stuff I should be able to clear out. What I'm kind of thinking is, what sort of inventory space will I have when I've kind of gotten everything that I want? Like, these I'm probably going to ultimately stick down here and just get another set of gloves that actually specifically work with that armor set. That are Survivor and whatnot. Interesting. Stonefist boots. That feels weird, but, I mean, sure, why not? Why not, I say. Okay. I kind of want to unlock Ritualist before wandering around here much more, because I would kind of like to use Men, Body, and Soul. Let's go to Kaineng. I do also want to pick up... I know, I'm tapping on my teeth, kind of weird. Where's the Mercenary? Probably over this way? No, over there. Hayate. Okay, let's go to Hayate. I only have 2 skill points. Yikes. Completing missions will help with that, though. And I've already done, yeah, Imperial Sanctum and Yala Hatchery, and actually that's not bad on Eternal Grove. Eternal Grove is a rough one. Okay, so I've gotten 2 new heroes. I'm probably going to make her one of the slots, and probably, I don't know if it'll be Carmen or Imrahil. We'll take the, I don't know. Anyway, for right now, that added Santir, who is a Prophecies monk. Let's add skills for a Prophecy monk. Add 1. Oh, cool. I got Aura of Faith and a Shield of Judgment. And then Mirian is a Prophecies Necromancer. So let's go ahead and add a booster for her. You'll be happy to know that I did not get BIP. Or Blood Ritual. By the looks of things. Did get Offering of Blood, though. Which might be fresh. Yeah. That's an option. So Aura of Faith is fresh. Shield of Judgment is fresh. Barbs is useful. Unholy Feast, eh? Offering of Blood. Offering of Blood is a potential option. If I need energy management. And I'm willing to give up an elite slot. Which is a couple of big ifs. I'm going to go ahead and drop Mirian into the party to give her this staff. This one here. Okay, thank you, Mirian. You can leave now. Yes, I know you have 200 unspent attribute points. Okay, what is this rune? Minor energy storage, okay. I will want to... Is it... Okay, let's first go to Senji's Corner. I want to go unlock Ritualist. I may need to buy a couple of the skills that I want, so we'll see. I'm gonna grab like 10 plat because I want to do crafting as well. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head where the crafting place I want is, but not at the end, is it? Yes. Give me a Ritualist. I do not want that one. Okay, I'm gonna spend my 2 skill points on Spirit Light and Men, Body, and Soul. Then I want to go pick up a +1 Ritualist doohickey. Yes, and Spirit Light. Thank you. I don't remember if I was originally intending on trying to avoid those because they're a little bit better or not, but frankly, I want the condition removal that'll provide and the ability to self-target. Okay. I may just look up where the... Because Matu Keep has the +15 energy. What does Kaineng have? I'll probably just look this up in a moment if Monzo is not the dude I want. Monzo may not be the dude I want. FYI. But what I want is I want a +1 one of these guys for restoration magic. Probably for channeling as well. And I'll likely use the... Oh, I have an empty... Oh, yeah, because I moved those up specifically to hold the new thing. Oh, you make staves. You don't make focuses. 15 over 50 katana is nice. Okay, let's just look this up. Weaponsmith. Factions, I think, should have what I'm looking for. Nope, not Xingje. Xingje is not going to have max stuff. So there's a Watch and Bazaar one that has enchanting stuff. Buck Deck Byway. Okay, so it's the Buck Deck Byway fellow. Dust and granite. And tan hide and dust. Do I want a communing focus on this character? I mean, it's a fundamental question of will I do stuff that would use it. I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm just going to stick to the 2. Let's see, because I have a space here. I'm also plotting out inventory a little bit. Space here, and then I have this weird tall shield. That'll open up a space. I'll probably slip my daggers over into there. Yeah, okay, let's just grab 2.5 flat. These are 10 each. Where is this crafter? In Buckdeck Byway? Echo is... Okay, in that area. I'm going to go pick these up. I'm going to get channeling and... Because what communing things would I even do? Not sure. Right in here, it looks like. Yeah, some afflicted over there. I haven't done ones of change on this character yet. Yeah, there's Sheko. But this, of course, is a broken bridge, so I have to kind of go around, which is a little annoying, but not too big of a deal. If I later decide that I want a communing thing, I can come here later as well. Okay. Should be able to get a restoration focus. Restoration, yes. And then I want a channeling focus. Ceremonial Cauldron is for spawning power. And then there's communing focus. Again, like, this is something that I could theoretically get if I wanted to, but I don't foresee myself wanting to. This will be going to on to Z. I'll put it there. It's a little bit more visible there. Swap it so that way I have daggers up here. Okay, cool. Now I have a proper focus again. Excellent. Let's go back to the desert. And then I need to drop off some of these crafting materials because I grabbed a bunch. I guess I might as well do Dunes of Despair. Boring as this one is. There, this actually opened up some space. I'm gonna move this over here because that bow's pretty sweet, but I'm gonna do that. Okay, my goal is to kind of use up, or to fill up the Flameseeker Prophecies, so let's go ahead and work on that. Okay, ghostly hero. Once my people came to the desert, etc. Build a temple. Set upon by stewards of the desert forgotten. They got butchered. Oh no. Please let me through this gate now. It's actually down a drawbridge. Please lower this drawbridge would be more technically accurate, but eh. Oh, these guys are really annoying. They use shield stance, which, as you can see, blocks my attacks. Which is why it's really annoying. What's interesting about this is this heals for 196, and I was getting 123 or something off of the one, but this would be 156 heal, so it's just stronger. But they can also target myself, so the fact that their self heals is a significant strength compared to well, no longer running fast, I guess. But anyway, it's a notable strength that I can self-target with them. And every now and then I'll get a slightly stronger heal, which will be cool. Oh, Enfeebling Blood. That's the life sacrifice skill that Elias has. That makes sense. I love these broken down old buildings. Shield stance, etc. Alright, I'm over here now. Oh, and they have riposte, of course. Of course they do. What's our random 126 point heal? Patient spirit, it would seem. Yeah, I'm not near shot of our spirits, so. Oh, I should go through weapon sets and do that. I should also be equipping... you know what? It literally does not matter what spear I have equipped there. Because, and the reason why it doesn't matter is because I don't have any investment in strength, so Arbalest does not any particularly better than any of my other stuff. Well, I got there in time to pick up the gold coins, I guess. There's some wonkiness you can do with not killing this boss and somehow warping the ghostly hero around to make the bonus easier and stuff. I don't really know it, and I'm not planning on trying to do the bonus, so... Okay, open the gates, please. Yeah, dazed me. Wow, okay. I'm apparently a prime target for concussion shot. And I'm not close enough to our spirits. There we go. Turns out, these things that care about spirits work a heck of a lot better on Paragon than they do on Warrior. Or on a, character that's hanging out further back in the party, rather. The one that's hanging out towards the front. I want my ghostly hero to have his throne back. Haha. Tends to be rather boring. The heck did you raise? Is the ghostly hero fleshy? I don't know why I have Animate Bone Horror on Olias, but I do. I guess some of the casters and stuff. It's interesting, the parallels between the Forgotten and the Mersat. Both are spellcasters that have constructs for physical attackers. And I think that's a really interesting parallel between them. I'm a bit yawny. I could have stood to get a little bit more sleep last night. At this point, if your damage is good, you can probably go and rush the generals. But I don't feel like risking that. And it would be a risk. Worms are getting a rather... Okay, I get you. Hang on, I need to go clear out some worms. This is where we ride the lightning's nice. Shadow step up to the worm. And then shadow step back to your party. Really expecting you to be a little bit further back there, Dunkoro. But that's okay. This area is absolutely enormous, by the way, and this map is a high contender for, wow, I wish Prophecies let us, like, just generally have maps be explorable. Mission maps, I mean. There's just so much that you miss out on by it being in a timed mission. It's like, why did you go to the trouble to make this much map and then make it a timed mission? It really feels to me like the answer to that question is they made the maps and then they figured out what they were doing with them. It smells like they were not thinking how they were entirely utilizing the space when they were making the space. This is what it kind of comes down to. Because I feel like if they were really thinking about that, it would have been structured somewhat differently. But I don't know what their actual process was. I'd be curious to know. I would definitely be curious to know. Hey, Juice Toast. Good to see you. Yeah, I am glad for that. I am very glad for that. Just wish there'd been a bit more of it, you know? Have I cleared out the biggest dangers at this point? I legit don't know this mission super well. I tend to try to avoid doing it because it is often quite boring. It's possible that the Ghostly Hero is completely safe from this point on, but I would have to check. A lot of scarabs popping up. Just get the siege worm out of here, would you? Okay, that's just another siege worm popping up. I'm not too worried about siege worms killing the Ghostly Hero. I know, right? It would be crazy. Wonder if we can blitz these guys down. Again, if the Ghostly Hero starts losing health, that's not good, so... Donkoro starts losing health, that's also not good, but in an entirely different way. Just focus on health bars right now. I want to really try to keep an eye just to make sure the Ghostly Hero's health bar doesn't start going down. Because that would be bad. And I'd want to rush back immediately if that started happening. Okay, well that got me the bonus at least, so that proved to be pretty straightforward. I don't know if these illusionists were going to attack the Ghostly Hero or not. Okay. Okay, that's not good. Get back to the ghostly hero in time. I don't like Price being dead on the desert floor, but I'd rather him be dead on the desert floor than the ghostly hero. Ooh, scales. Hey, Salty Grease. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, we should be okay now. Slight moment of panic, but I'm pretty sure we're going to survive the remaining 10 seconds. Got to make it a little bit dramatic, you know? All right. So that means I now have... Well, that quest isn't so great to turn in. Yeah. Don't want just Shield Bash either. Okay, Dunes is now done. I wasn't expecting to do that bonus, but then I just gave it a try and it worked out. Just got home from Airsoft. Ooh. One gun's still not quite working right. Coming out to barrel alignment, not staying. So you need to find a way to fix that. Otherwise, the main gun worked great and had an awesome time as per usual. Well, excellent. I'm glad you had a good time with your Airsoft. Okay, let's see. I think I want to go grab... Okay, let's just go out this side. How much do I need to clear my inventory? Not too bad at the moment. So I think what I'm going to do is head out this way and go up and get... I want to call it Salt something. But Salt Flats, I think, is the name of the zone. Because it's... Yeah, here's Audience Destiny Score. Skyward Reach. Skyward Reach is the name. I think. Pretty sure. Do we actually have a way to inflict cracked armor, or is this completely worthless? I think Chest Thumper is just being completely worthless right now. I should probably replace that then. No, wait, we have cracked armor. We have weakened armor right there. Okay, never mind. Everything is okay. Except for the part where my heroes walked through a dust trap. That was less than ideal. I don't know. Neck's feeling a little stiff today for some reason, and I'm not quite sure why. So, tilting my head around a bit, try to loosen things up. I don't think it's entirely working. Man, can you all believe it's a week till Christmas? Kind of weird having Christmas on a Saturday, actually. Sleeping on the floor, eh? Okay, let's not stand on all those traps. Yeah, for me, part of my problem is I tend to carry a lot of muscle tension for some reason. And that's kind of what the stiffness I'm talking about is coming from. As my muscles being overly tensed up. Was that thing sprinting? It felt like it was going unusually fast. Well, I killed enough Minotaurs to make Marchesa happy. Yep, go ahead and kill minions and spirits, that's fine. Bring the party window back up here. I'd closed it so that way I could see the controls for the teleport thing a little bit more easily. Soothing image is not what you like to see as a warrior. I'm glad it's not more common. Because it's really, really disruptive when you can't gain adrenaline. I almost got another skill point. Oh, this character's a baby. Doesn't have 1,000,000 experience points yet. I'll probably go from Destiny's Gorge, though, to get to Elona Reach. I feel like that's probably the direction to go. Sir Norrington. Haha. Oh, that felt good. Interrupted traps from each of them with that Cyclone Axe I did. Oh, I could get Kryta gauntlets here. Interesting. They are max armor, but they can't be insigniaed, which makes them not very good. Yeah, right up there, I think, is where I'm headed. Man, the music in this game generally feels really fitting. Particularly Prophecies, I feel. I like a lot of the... well, just got that de-shotted. I like a lot of the factions music, but I feel like the Jade Sea music is maybe not quite what I'd want it to be. But the moods and everything created by the music just fit so well, in my opinion, in this game overall. Huh. Interesting. This is a song that I feel like I associate with Blistering Ascalon. We're so close to the zone. Oh, it's Seeker's Passage. What am I thinking of? Oh, Skyward Reach is this right here. I don't know. I got confused. That's okay. It happens. Okay. There's a whole quest here with a silver ring and stuff with Terza. That could offer me some skills, but I don't know what, and I don't much care at the moment. Bull Strike. Do I have Bull Strike already? I do. So it's like I have a bunch of the skills that they offer me with these, so they become a little less exciting. That said, I'm going to head from here to get up to Elona's Reach. This area is kind of terrible, but I think once the bit beyond is a bit better. I'm trying to decide how much I want Chaos Storm. It kind of makes the scatter of enemies is not always preferable, I'm finding. Okay. The big ones that you want to look out for here are the Mesmers. I forget what they're called offhand, but I'll recognize it when I see it. Wind something, I think. They have Diversion, which is pretty nasty. They also do Chaos Storm stuff, which is obviously not great for your spirits and whatnot. Yeah, Windcasters. Those are the real nasty ones, so I'm going to keep an eye on them. Also, not going to attack through Diversion, because that's a terrible plan. Alright. Saru Life Band. Oh, there's another Windcaster. Oh, Backfire. I don't want that on my backline either. No, not quite. It's rank 4 Delver, I suspect. There, now I can get rid of that bleed. Ooh, got the 102 heal off of that. It's the mastery coming through for you. Ooh, there's that skill point. I also need to go back through Maguuma and Kryta. I don't know why I was doing stuff in the Crystal Desert specifically. Maybe I was going after elite skills or something. But the way I see it, I kind of want to finish off my prophecies, my copy of Flameseeker Prophecies, and then make my way to Nightfall. And finally do Nightfall on this character. This Elonan character who has not done Nightfall, but has done, you know, will have done like all of the other campaigns at that point. It amuses me. Have I stepped foot in Maguuma with her? I have not. So I'll get a prophecy skill pack when I go to Maguuma. Have I been to Ascalon? I've also not been to Ascalon. Yeah. At some point I want to do that as well. Trying to decide my priority for things. Maybe I'll do the Crystal Desert. I just have one mission left, Elona Reach, and then I have Glint Slayer, which is another mission, but Do I have... I could have Gladiator's Defense. I do have Gladiator's Defense. Okay, so I don't think... Yeah, okay, no. I won't have anything that I need to cap in Dragon's Lair, which is pretty unusual. I feel like a lot of the time I go there, I do have something. But the Kirsch's quests, the spirits that you face in that mostly have skills that you get from it. The Dragon's Quest, or the Dragon's Lair mission. So as a result, I do tend to have the skills for that, which means I don't really need to actually worry about getting them here. I think this teleporter takes me closer to Elona Reach. I think. So we're going to go do that. Gonna fight some Jade Scarabs. It's always funny when your position desyncs. Okay, I'm gonna hide the party here for activating these teleporter nodules things. I wonder why they made this mechanic. It's kind of a weird one. I wonder whatever happened to this technology. I'm guessing these were constructed by the Forgotten, so maybe it was forgotten with them. Yep, maybe so. Leuven Underwood. Oh yeah, that's a no-spec mend. Right there is what that is. Ooh, you know what? I bet you that crest is full of scales. Hey, I was right, it has 6 scales in it. I need to slowly accumulate scales for an armor set for Dakota Fleming, who I had been playing for a while. Quite a while there, actually. So I'm happy to acquire some more. I honestly expect... I'll salvage one of them. Okay, they do have iron in them. I kind of expected them to contain leather, because I feel like I expect armor to contain leather half the time. Pyromancers is what I tend to use, but I'm also equally confident that it is not worth anything. Did I need a full stack of scales for that one armor set? I don't remember. Victor! What's our vector, Victor? Do we have clearance? I like airplane. Some of my favorite movies are like The Matrix, the first one, Airplane. Oh, what's the... Yeah, Matrix, Airplane, Groundhog Day. I really like Groundhog Day. I think that's a really interesting film. What are some other movies that I really like? I don't know. I'm more of a gamer than anything else, so... This guy is not terrible at his job. The ritual priests. They're elementalists for some reason, which is not usually what you think of with a priest. On the other hand, you could say that they're priests of Balthazar. I'm glad for these that you just have to activate them. They don't have to survive. It makes things a lot simpler. I've farmed these Minotaurs before. It is weird. We'll go with weird. Oh, switch to my White Reaver. Getting some HP here. That's fine. Why is there not an item spell that is mending? I don't know why I haven't thought about this till just now. But it just struck me that it would make total sense to have a mending version of an item spell. Like, while you hold so-and-so's ashes, you gain some health regen. Maybe some sort of heal effect when you drop them. Also, you know what would be really interesting is kind of, I'm going to call them aura effects, where it's like, this is next to you. Like, imagine there was an item spell that's like, while you hold so-and-so's ashes, you and adjacent allies have effect. That'd be kind of neat. Or heck, that could even be... imagine some sort of elite enchantment that made it so that way your item spells, the hold effects affected nearby allies. That'd probably be kind of a pain in the butt to program, but that would be a really cool effect. Yes. Use the crystal shards to awaken the 3 ritual priests of Elona. I like these really tall obelisks with these interesting figures at the bottom. Kind of neat. Do I really care which way I go first? Let's go this way first. Doesn't really matter. I do want to take out some of these wandering patrols because more will spawn afterwards, or as we get further. .38 must be divine favor bonus heal or something. Yeah, from like healing seed. Going across here, by the way, is a bad idea. You get stuck on this narrow bridge, and then these Arcanists will come and earthquake you, and it's just a whole mess. I really recommend going around here. Just much, much better. Okay, we got some serious aggro going on. I got some serious throw dirt going on too. Okay, let's pressure these sages. Aegis is annoying. Nothing like accidentally targeting Hada. Now, just imagine when we had this going on, except we were on a tiny little section of bridge. It's much, much worse, I assure you. This AI feels especially aggressive about not staying in Chaos Storms. Little splinter weapon. Everybody loves a good old-fashioned splinter weapon. Okay, give me this vision crystal. I got a vision of this crystal being back at base. Ho 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 ho. I think I may just take this to go wake up some ritual priests before I worry about getting it all the way back to base. You only have one life sacrifice skill. It shouldn't be that much. It's 10%. Yeah, I don't know what's up there. Must have gotten zapped by something. Is the best I can figure. You wake up, and Hemnut woke up. Oh, my Zealous Axe. This is a fairly energy intensive bar. With the Cyclone Axe in particular being a fairly major contributing factor to that. Yeah, you know what? Screw you, two thing. Well, at least the crippling cripple is gone. Actually, want to go after these guys. The boss is a problem, but the boss is also super tanky. And super tanky bosses are less of a problem than less tanky non-bosses. I feel like I could be equipping a more interesting elite, but I'm not sure what I would be doing with that on that front. I'm going to go all the way over there and wake that guy up. I don't really have any Restoration Magic elites. There are definitely some that would be good to pick up, but obviously my Restoration Magic is pretty new, so... I could go 7 weapon stance, but I kind of like focusing on Drunken Master for the moment. In part, that's because Drunken Master gives me both move and attack speed buffs. Not as good, but they are very convenient. Nice. Cleave is maybe a little underwhelming, though. Do I have Evis? I do have Eviscerate. So I could be running that if I wanted to. I don't think I care, but... Part of what I'm looking at is I don't feel like I need 5 attacks. I feel like I could have something more interesting in this slot, and more accurately the elite slot, but... And it's probably true, but there's, I've also, like... I don't know, got limited supply of elites, so... There we go. I just want to get the crippled off of him so we can keep up with everyone as we run over to Le Ghost Le Hero. But something like Weapon of Remedy would be potentially useful here. Weapon of Remedy is a little annoying in that it only works, or it only removes a condition when it triggers, not when you apply it. So it works kind of differently than the other one, but... Oh, I don't think this Ritual Priest is making it, everyone. Nope, nope. Well, good thing the Ritual Priest didn't need to make it for us to be victorious. Let's get this thing turned off. Something like Spirit Light Weapon could be kind of useful. Not a whole lot of great restoration elites. Preservation wouldn't be the worst, but it's not great. The problem that I have with preservation is it's just unreliable. It affects ally at random. But having a spirit that I bring up to the front with me does seem kind of useful, so... Again, elites are a little bit non-relevant to me while I'm in the throes of 2 skill points, but... Do I have many sigs? I have a Signitive Capture. It's pretty meager, quite bluntly. This is a pure Wesleeming moment. Just gonna kind of wait for this to clear up a little bit. There is more room for stuff. Like, imagine a Cyclone Axe skill that healed allies, like, near or in the strike area. Like, that would be kind of cool. Okay. That guy got cleared out just fine. Let's pick up our vision crystal and continue on our way. Our way out of here. I panicked for a slight second when that hourglass staff entered my field of vision because I'm like, is that what is that popping up over there? And it turned out it was an ally. I feel confident in saying I can ignore these guys. I just need to deliver this vision crystal, and they've just gotten distracted by minions, which... Go minions. Let's see, I'll drop my party.
The vision crystal is complete.
Okay, I can face my destiny at Augury Rock, or whatever their description for this is. I'm going to not do that right now, and I'm going to see what monk skill Marchena wants to give me. Blessed Aura and Shield Bash. I'm pretty sure that's not great, but... I have Shield Bash, and Blessed Aura is in Divine Favor, but I'm not going to get something for another profession, so I might as well pick it up. There's another quest. Oh yeah, the one where you go find the dude out there. Okay, so the other question is, what would Turza give me for the monk part? Because I don't mind free skills. Mend Condition and Bull Strike. Do I have Mend Condition? I do not. I have Mending Touch. Okay. I'll go ahead and do this quest then. And run Protection Prayers. Like so. Means I want to swap over. Are any of these enchanting? You'd better believe none of them are. Okay, cool beans. Swap over to my protection icon. And let's go find out what's become of Turza's beloved Jabbar in the Salt Flats. Pro tip, he is also a ghost. I know, it's just how it goes. Just how it goes. Okay, all the way down there and then up again. All the way down there and up again, a Hobbit's Tale. Not exactly how that one goes, is it? I'm actually going to swap these because I'm used to having Cyclone Axe in that slot. How does this work? Okay, up to 2 conditions, healed for each one lost this way. Cool, that works. I need to remember to stay hydrated, everyone. It is an important component of well-being. Really hard to keep the gunk off my face when I'm standing in the gunk maker. Dust Trap is now Gunk Maker, incidentally. Hope everyone got the memo that I just made. Well, that was a mess. I don't know what I was expecting. But certainly got a mess. Okay, I need to go over there. Can I go down this way? I think I have to go around. Which is vaguely annoying, but not the worst. I'm feeling really congested today, and I'm not quite sure why. I think it maybe has something to do with humidity or something. I don't know. Although I feel congested a lot of the time, so take that with a grain of salt. The benefit of this bar is that whirlwind attack doesn't get hidden in the back section. Like it had a habit of doing. I kept not using it because it was kind of hidden where I wasn't noticing it as much. Here's the statue of Glint, which we are promptly ignoring because that's not the direction we're going. Wonder if I should have something other than Spirit Boon Strike on him. Okay, let's just go before we trigger any more of those danged things. I don't know who Elias is attempting to use Mind Condition on, but oh good, gave up. Yes. Back to Seeker's Passage. Okay. There's Herza. Mend Condition is now available to me. Huzzah. So I could do Augury Rock and unlock Dragon's Lair, I don't know, over here arbitrarily-ish somewhere. I think like right in here, based upon the way the map looks. But I don't feel like mucking about with my party. So, because I need to go do a bunch of quests over, not Gate of Kryta, but I need to do a bunch of quests over in Kryta. I'm going to just go over to Kryta and do some quests. That seems reasonable to me. I do feel that this is maybe a bit unnecessary here. Also, I also feel that Elias's bar is maybe a little underwhelming in a place where, let's just say I don't think this death magic is doing a whole lot. So, yeah, what am I doing with him? He is curses oriented. Let's get rid of this death magic. Let's give him... Oh, what do I have here? I could give him smite, some smiting stuff. Yeah, I do have a copy of Smite Condition. I kind of like... And then a few extra points in healing for Restore Life. Weaken Armor is not amazing here. I don't think that's really important. I kind of like Smite Condition and Smite Hacks. I don't... You know, I'm going to give him Judge's Insight as well. Because he can use Judge's Insight on me or Heda and will do more damage to the undead that are going to be in this mission. Yeah, and I'm double checking to make sure I wasn't fooling myself when I saw those available here. Smite Condition, Smite Hex, and Judge's Insight. Yeah, okay, cool. We are good on that front. Excellent. I like being good on that front. And we dropped Death Magic. We have more curses. Is there anything in particular here that seems like it would be great? I could go with the Defile enchantments. I think I'll just go with the Defile enchantments here. I don't really expect those to trigger super well, but I do want weaken armor, just if for no other reason than it helps Chest Thumper function. I need to kind of decide what I want to do with my character now. I don't need this open here at this point. I have Ray of Judgment. I have the Signet. I have a really big stretch. I don't need to necessarily run these things. I have all of the Norn skills that I care about. There are 3 more that I could pick up, but yeah, I even have all of the Asuran summons. What I'm kind of thinking. Let's see. What Dervish skills do I have? Not much. Okay, I basically don't have any Dervish skills. I think I have more Paragon skills if I want to do something Paragon-y. Not sure what that would be, though. I have Flashing Blades and then some typical chain stuff and Falling Spider. A few useful Deadly Arts skills. A few useful Shadow Arts skills. I could see running Beguiling Haze. That doesn't seem bad to me. Not a whole lot else here that's super exciting, though. I have, like, nothing in motivation. Okay. Got a few spear skills. What I'm seeing is that this character is dramatically lacking in skills. Particularly non-primary skills. Yeah, Siphon Strength. Yeah, I think I'm going to give her more strength and then some Shadow Arts. Or probably like that. That's what, 6 seconds? 7? Okay, yeah, probably like this. And then I will just put it on a strength shield, because why not? What's my strength shield? That's tactics. Motivation. Strength is my Zodiac shield, that's right. Fancy one. Also, at this point, Arbalist matters. Do I want one of these? I'll grab Heart of Shadow. Heart of Shadow feels a little bit redundant with Ebon Escape, though. I go with Death Charge, just bring a secondary Shadow Step. Yeah, let's just go with Death Charge. I should clear out my inventory. Okay, all the things that I had salvaged here are, in fact, identifiable. Okay, well that's highly salvageable, so I'm going to 28 iron ingots is pretty good. This is the NPC over here, by the way, that has some really interesting dialogue. Show you what I mean in a moment. Let me dump some stuff off in Adriel's capable merchanting hands. Do I have like a 15 over 50? I have 14 over 50, 15 well in stance. I feel like I've got to have some sort of... Yeah, I mean, I've got that sweet bow. Okay, let's pull it out of that staff. I think that staff had some other sweet stuff in it. So is this... So this one? Yeah. Yeah, that insightful mod's nice. I was just noticing this Arbalest is completely unupgraded, so... I can figure out where it ended up over here. What was the sword? Enchanting, kind of a mediocre furious. This is certainly a usable celestial sword, though. But I'm kind of sorted properly with her. So I don't know what I'm going to do with this one. Right. Don't know that I have any other spear mods that I'd want to use. I guess I could put shelter on it. I feel like, though, if I want a spear mod, and I don't want to use the enchanting one I have lying around, that's floating around for good purpose. Yeah, that one. But I feel like... Good old Guided by Fate. I feel like the spear mods that I have are... Yeah, okay. It's basically just the one then. That's cool. I have a... I feel like I want a Zealous Spearhead is where I'm getting with all this. Because I have the Jadam's Spear for Vampiric. I have a Dazing Spear. I have an Adrenaline one, but I don't have a Zealous one. So I feel like Zealous is where I want to go with that. Alrighty then. Let's go ahead and say hi to Karya. Karya. Let's see. Yeah, in the year 1062 AE, the Char invaded all three human kingdoms. This is one of those lines that's really wonky. Either this is a typo and it's supposed to be 1072. Which would be a bit weird. So, pre-searing Ascalon is in 1070. Yeah. So, I don't know what year this is supposed to be. It's a really, really, really weird choice because 1062 AE could be when the Char invaded all three human kingdoms, except the impression that I get is the Char invaded all three human kingdoms in 1070 AE when they did some searing action. Because I'm pretty sure 1070 AE is when pre-searing is, and 1072 is where post-searing is. The Char presumably kind of swept through things in 1072, or in 1070. Not in 1072. The Cataclysm was like somewhere in between pre-searing and post-searing, as I understand it. So this is just a really, really, really weird line of dialogue. So Yeah, it's a very odd line. I'm going to go ahead and move this party window back here because I don't need to worry about it at this point because I am not casting healing, except for technically Ebon Escape. Let's see. What's the bonus on this one? Yeah, it's the... Yeah, you can see why I want Judge's Insight. Do I have... I do. I could have been running Shadow Theft instead if I wanted. I think this is fine, though. The advantage of Shadow Theft is it would be cheaper. That's the advantage of Shadow Theft. So, I think I'm okay with a slightly more expensive skill. I can also daze. Of course, I have less energy right now, but... less maximum energy because I'm using... equipment that gives me... It does not give me a bunch of additional energy. Maybe I should switch to my Radiant Armor. That's not a bad idea, actually. Here, let's swap over to my Radiant set. Yeah. All of the rest of those things should be the same. But having a bit more maximum energy seems like it'd be kind of nice to do. It's interesting. I don't feel like this armor set works as well with her skin tone, personally. It's kind of a weird thing. Oh, okay, yeah, we're not doing the bonus. I remembered what it was, and then I decided I don't want to do it. Because you have to transport a thing. It sucks. I don't like it. I'm not going to do it. Yeah. I mean, these guys are still capable of dropping valuable stuff, depending upon what their runes are. If anybody's wondering, I've dyed this particular armor set a color to kind of match Baratus, who's one of my other warriors who has gladiator armor and got gladiators as his first armor set. It's the undyed bits that I feel like don't work as well with the skin tone stuff, by the way. I think I'm actually going to turn my cape on. I feel like this is maybe an armor set that wants a cape. This section reminds me a bit... I'm like, why does this feel vaguely familiar? It's reminding me a bit of... I mean, both from runbacks from Dying to Coral, but it's making me think of the section of Majesty's Rest leading up to Rot Scale, I think. A little bit. Thinking? Maybe that's what I'm thinking. I don't know, it feels weirdly familiar. You know, like, I confuse this with somewhere else sort of way. We'll clear things out a little bit, but this is a mission that you can actually do a lot more quickly if you just kind of keep going. Turns out. Twas a ghoul. Twas a grasping ghoul. They did their grasp. Well, those guys are dead now. I might stop wave 1. Confessor Dorian is tanky, but also he's only so tanky. So I want to make sure he doesn't die on me, is what it really comes down to. So I'm going to go ahead and clear out those ones, these ones, and I'm going to make my way to the end. He should be okay at that point. Is that 9? Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and flag Elias here to help him. I don't think I need Elias, so... Granted, the Judge's Insight is quite useful. But we are only fighting so many more undead here before we're through with them. Maybe Price would have been better. I don't know. But I kind of want a splinter weapon for myself, so... The thing here is, all you have to do is make sure your spit stays in the wrong pipe, or in the right pipe instead of the wrong one. All you have to do here is kill the boss at the end, and then Dynas will talk to you. So I just need to kill myself a trio renewal. And for whatever reason that triggers this, it might just be that this advances when you kill a boss, and they just were really lazy with how they designed the trigger. Instead of having it be actually, lazy is probably not the right word. they just were not thinking about how it could be potentially done, because it's like, oh, it's just a randomized boss. So it might just be like triggers off of a boss that you kill after a certain point or something like that. I'm not sure how it's set up. But regardless, that got us through Delesio Seaboard really quick and easy. Divinity Coast. Any specific notes here? Honestly, this felt super unnecessary. I think I am going to switch from Shadow Arts to Deadly Arts. And the reason why I'm going to do that is I'm going to swap to this. No, I'm not. I don't have that many PvE only slots. Never mind. Give me this back. Okay, well, regardless. Aura of Displacement. Aura of Displacement was one of those skills that was pretty sweet at one point in time. I want Dark Prison. I'd bring the other one. The other one is the Elite version, but that's a Nightfall skill that I haven't gotten far enough in Nightfall to get just yet. But I like the idea of a snare on my Shadow Step, so we're going to roll with that. Speaking of snares, I'm just going to slot on Crippling Daggers. That way I can use that as a snare as well. Okay, how badly do I need to clear out my inventory? Well, I was really expecting to get iron from that runic hammer. I feel like I usually do from those, but nope. It's now worth 8 gold worth of wood. Minor Divine Favor. Okay, this one I'm going to hang on to. I don't know if I need a Minor Divine Favor or not. I don't feel like figuring that out right now. You know what? I'll go ahead and pull the Minor Divine Favor out. And this is worth so little that I'm actually going to pull the Scout Insignia out. The Scout Insignia... Wow, okay. The Scout Insignia is not worth anything to the trader, but it's worth 27 gold to the merchant. I mean, it's worth 27 gold to the trader as well. Trader won't buy things for you for less than the merchant will, but... Okay. I'll worry about monk stuff later. Because the way I see it is either Santier needs this or Ogden needs this, and I don't quite know which of my monks will need this just yet, but I might as well grab it. Yeah, that's... Wait. Oh, I just noticed that I didn't have an elite equipped, and I was like, oh wait, I should equip an elite, but then it was too late, and... I probably would swap out one of those guys for Cleave. Probably. Bull's Charge is one of those skills that I kind of want to be better than it is. Like, they could easily buff Bull's Charge by getting rid of the ends if you use a skill clause, and I think it would probably be fine. I don't know how that would affect PvP, but I don't need that open. In terms of PvE, it would be fine. It's weird. I feel like Guild Wars 2 Kryta, and it has been a while since I've been there, so I could be slightly wrong. But my recollection of is it felt a little bit more generic-y, like generic fantasy area, and less tropical fantasy area. I don't know what perception other people have, though. You gotta go get our purification on. We'll try to get everyone. Fountain of Truth on the hill of the southeast. With this stupid bush in the way. Like a lot of vegetation like this right here. This does not have any collision. I can just run through a lot of this vegetation. Some of these bigger things you can't though. And this is one of the bigger things that you can't. Is just blocking that pathway. I don't know why Arena decided to do that. It has perplexed me. Just utterly perplexing. To no end. You know what else is perplexing? This white mantle guy who heals the Murgoyles. I don't get him either. But now, we are cleansed. This is classified as a blessing. I think... Are blessings the classification they have for, like, the favors that you can buy from the gods? Like the L3 gen or the thing you can get from the Kurzik guy that gives you additional... Kurzik or Luxon priests that give you additional faction and stuff. Are those classified as blessings? They might be. I don't actually know. I don't know if you'll get your very own room in the Grand Temple. Pretty sure they want you to have your very own room inside a soul battery. So that way you can keep the door of Kamali closed and keep the Marsat from getting absolutely wrecked by Titans. Doesn't work in the long run, but, you know. Why there's just a door to the Foundry of Failed Creations, aka Tartarus, in the middle of a volcano, I don't know, but for some reason there is. So, huzzah. Good old Loamhurst. Man, I hit these guys so hard. I have a few levels on them, and I also have 16 Axe Mastery and all that good stuff. All kinds of good stuff. Maybe we don't need to fight all of the Spined Allows, though, eh? I'm going to go with that option as being the accurate one. We have Shadow Song, don't we? We do. Fantastic. I do like myself Shadow Song. It is quite good. Wait, where the heck did this villager end up? Hang on one second. Before I go any further. Is this villager getting wanted to death by Spined Allows? Oh my goodness. Okay, this villager is an idiot and is determined to kill some Spined Allows. Don't need that happening. Thank you for the health, Dunkoro. Freaking Eye of Janthir bobbling in the screen. Get a screenshot there for potential thumbnail business. You save this villager from the Tengu. Okay, villager. I need to double tap and talk to you a couple of times. Hopefully you're following me. Okay, hang on. Need to activate this person. Thankfully, this villager seems to be okay. They can sometimes find themselves under attack by wildlife, which can be bad. I'm just going to aggro a bunch of Tengu here. Give me them feathers. All right. Random villager. Thank you for joining me this evening. Oh, it's 4:27 p.m. evening. No. When I look outside, is it very dark? I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not absolutely as dark as it will be in like 30 minutes, but friggin' that is post-evening sky. That is, the sun has gone down. Like, sun has gone down, and we got a little bit of blue. Deep blue, kind of purpley, still left, but, yeah, it's dark out there, folks. That is, welcome, 15 feathers. Welcome to the friggin' Pacific Northwest. In December. It is, kind of miserable in its own way. It's good. It's got nice points, but I like snow. If we had snow, I'd be happier, but we do not. We just have rain sometimes. It was raining earlier. I don't mind the rain. I like the rain. It's when it's dark and not raining that I kind of get a little, I don't know, saddened, I guess. Okay, there should be one more. 'Cause there are 5 villagers. Wow. I got riposted a bunch there. Oh my goodness, riposts. Fall in line, villager, let's go. I should grab Flourish at some point. Well, I was gonna try to do a check that I couldn't do. So, I would want to capture Flourish and Shield of Judgment, but it's, I don't know if I have Shield of Judgment yet or not on this character. I feel like I remember Signet of Judgment and one other skill. And I can't remember what that one other skill was. Because it could have been... No, well, that didn't do what I wanted. It could have been Shield of Judgment. It could have been something else, and I just don't remember. Shield of Judgment would be kind of a weird one to have without having Flourish because they're captured in the same spot. But I can actually sort of check. Okay, this character has not been in Mineral Springs because Mineral Springs is right over here. So if I have Shield of Judgment, which is possible, I would have had to get it from another source. I don't think I've done Winds of Change, though, and that's the main other spot that I can think of to get it. So I think I saw another... No, it was Ray of Judgment. That's what I saw. Ray of Judgment and Signal of Judgment. Cool, cool, cool. So I want to get Shield of Judgment and Flourish at the same time on this character eventually, but probably not until after I've kind of finished the Skill Booster League Honor, if I guessed on what my future plans will be. I don't really like you doing AoE damage to all the villagers there. It's not really what I'm looking for. Get on top of this, please. Pathfinding in this game is generally okay, but not always okay. $302 damage. Oh, yeah. That's Judge's Insight doing his job there. 30% armor penetration. No, 40% armor penetration. I imagine? I don't know. I do not know if Judge's Insight works that way or not 100%. But lots of armor penetration plus holy damage. Yeah. Thank you for the 1,000 experience and 500 gold. Let's go turn this in. Druid's Overlook means we're in a new area. Ooh, I got a seed. Delightful. Which means that it is time for a general pack of prophecies. I could get something really exciting, or I could get another copy of Dismember. Okay. I mean, there's some decent stuff here. Another copy of Power Drain is really useful. Again, you guys can't see this specific pop-up because the window doesn't capture. Another copy of Spiteful Spirit, less exciting. Barrage is good. Mind Burn. Peace and Harmony, eh? Okay, well, let's see what's actually new. Because if I scroll down here, everything after the Res Sigs is new. Okay, so not a whole lot actually new. Griffin's Sweep is... very deeply okay. It is not very good. But it's not, like, atrocious. Gowrath Slash is useful if I was running somebody on swords. I kind of wish between Griffin Sweep and Leviathan Sweep that one of them had been changed to an Adrenaline skill. I'd use that skill at like 3 Adrenaline. 4 Adrenaline, some decent plus damage. A nice unblock clause. Blood Ritual is a major gain. Theoretically. Although I think my party is doing okay without it right now, but that's going to be potentially very useful. Contemplation of Purity is hard to use well. There's definitely builds that have used it. The Mantra of Recall Boon Prots, for example, would use it. If you did channeling, like a channeling Boon Prot, that would also be a really good application. It probably works decently well on a Healer's Boon bar as well, now that I think about it. Ooh, we have favor now. Warrior's Cunning is kind of a garbage skill. This is very, very, very PvP oriented. Just gaining a few seconds of unblockability like that is really relevant for that. Hey, Dream Farts. I am doing all right, a little short on sleep, but otherwise doing okay. Having fun playing the game and looking at some of the fresher skills. Elemental Resistance that I got in the Skill Booster League. Elemental Resistance can have some uses, but Like, plus 40 armor is half the damage, so taking half damage from all elements is pretty good. And having a little bit more vulnerability to physical damage is not ideal, but if you're more concerned about elementalists wrecking you, then this is not a bad skill. And yeah, I don't really have much use for the rest of these either. Standard sort. Blood Ritual is the biggest pickup from that, but I don't feel an immediate need to make use of it. Actually, I probably want to change Elias a little bit. I don't need Judge's Insight here, if nothing else. Is there a specific curse I'd want to run there? I really wish there was a snaring curse, but there isn't. You have to go into Water Magic for that, which is fine. But it kind of means what I have access to is a little wonky. Skills for Warrior. Could you explain your question? I can explain the Skill Booster League if you're unfamiliar with that. You know, it's Balthazar's Aura, maybe. Oh, I was wanting to replace. So I had Judge's Insight on Elias's bar. The Skill Booster League. So this whole thing right here is a Skill Booster League. It's a set of. It's a sort of separate game mode, or sort of artificial restriction, or whatever you want to describe it as, that I came up with, based upon like a trading card game, booster league. So if you've played like Magic the Gathering, the way a booster league would work is you'd get like, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 boosters, probably 6 boosters, like a standard sealed pool to start. And that gives you your starting pool. And then like each week you play some matches and you get a new booster to add to your pool. That allows you to refine your deck a bit more and a bit more and a bit more. So it was taking that sort of idea. And the way that it works is when I get to a new world region, I get a new pack from that region. So when I got to the Maguuma Jungle, I got a new Prophecies pack. So I was trying to sort through what were the new skills specifically that I got from that. It's a little bit like a codex, but it's a little bit less restrictive in some regards because you tend to get more skills over time, but more restrictive as well. So if you see, for example, this one right here on Purifying Veil, that means across my entire team I can only have one copy of Purifying Veil, or one copy of Rebirth. But I could have like 5 copies of Prot Spirit if I wanted to, so I could have lots of Prot Spirit. So that just kind of works as a sort of restraining or restricting factor. That it makes it an interesting sort of like build challenge, but rather than like a new codex every single time, changing stuff up, I instead get to look at a single or like a growing pool of things. So it's like, oh, I don't need to like completely rethink all of my builds or anything like that. It's kind of evolves organically over time as you develop them. This character in particular, I also get a smaller pack specific to a profession when I get a hero of that profession. So, like, when I got Dunkoro, I got a Nightfall Monk booster pack. And different packs are different sizes. So, I had Judge's Insight on Elias because I was fighting Undead in Kryta, and obviously the holy damage from it being doubled against the Undead made that really favorable. However, I'm not going to be dealing with any Undead here, so I decided to switch to a different skill that would be a bit more useful. So that's kind of what's going on. Do you have any further questions? Did that explain things well enough? The one final thing is because this particular style of doing Skill Booster League is one that I designed in terms of the rule set for playing through from a fresh character. So when I first started the Skill Booster League, I made Ardens Argentum. And so because she had, at that time, no skills of her own, the Skill Booster League restrictions not apply to her. It's just whatever skill she has unlocked she can use. Because she was not a fully developed character when I first made her. So trying to capture some of that like newer experience and things like that with some of it as well. Okay, good to know. I should figure out an elite to maybe slot in here. Possibly. Not a bad idea. This is maybe a little awkward to use. Siphon Strength just doesn't strike me as a very good skill. Crippling Dagger is not bad, but it's a little hard to use effectively because it does require the target to be moving. I can use Warrior's Endurance, but I just don't have that high of an energy requirement. I need some more generic stuff in strength. It's like Coward is really similar to the Crippling Dagger attack. I could just bring Aura of Displacement. It's a little awkward, but you know what? Why not? Let's just grab Aura of Displacement. Okay, Versailles. Eye for Profit. Axe Rake? Well, I probably don't have Axe Rake. Okay, so if I went slash monk, what would you give me? Smite Hex. Okay, well, this is just straight upside. I'm going to grab that quest. Okay, I'm probably just going to stick to this then. Never mind Aura of Displacement. I could bring Signet of Judgment if I wanted to. Do I feel like doing that, though? I don't think so. I don't think there's a whole lot of things that I'm worried about, honestly, and I might just go Tactics. I could bring Shove. I don't think Shove does a whole lot for me. Body Blow. I could just straight up go into Strength. Bring Body Blow. What do I want for my elite, though? Defy Pain is definitely not what I'm thinking about. You know, I'll just bring Empathic Removal. It's a good filler skill. Okay. What would you give me, Envoy Arrow? Healing Seed and Pure Strike. I don't know that I have Pure Strike either. Okay, I don't see it here. Yeah, Healing Seed is great as well. Okay, so those are both really useful skill quests. So I think I'll grab those. I need to clear out my inventory a little bit. Got some feathers. You know what? Dead staves actually contain bone. So what about dead bows? Nope, those have wood, so those are not worth salvaging. Heavy Tengu armor. I feel like that's going to be tanned hide. It was. Okay, well, let's just drop some of this stuff off in this bank here. Seven Weapon Stance does a lot of really cool stuff. The problem is I wanted to be using Drunken Master because I want the increased move speed. Did I ID this? I did not. Hey, PipQ. Welcome. Okay. I'm going to move my party window over to here. It's much more convenient when I have a skill that targets my party. Or down here. Yeah, like right there. Okay, Thomas. Let's activate that. That one requires me to go... Okay, let's go do Eye for Profit first. Advance this, though, because I'm running past this guy. I'm just going to randomly empathic someone. Oh, yeah. That's some good damage going on here. Heh! Doesn't want to be near me. I see. Thank you. Here's my strength shield. He looks at you. Looks like I should be able to go down this way to get to the guy. I think you talk to him and then he's like, oh yeah, I saw it. And it's like all the way over here. It's little awkward. Yeah, I like shadow weapons. Shadow axes and shadow swords are both really cool. I really like Victo's Blade and Maul, actually, specifically. I also have some Zodiac daggers that I thought were good enough to use. Rec 11, max damage, 14% while in stance. Seems fine. Not amazing, but fine. And then I have this, what? 14 minus 5 Kining Axe. Oh, Whirlwind. That's why I knocked down. Not sure which skin that is. What's the... You know what? Rather than ask you, I'll just look up Tanzit's shield. Tanzit's Defender, I assume. Oh, okay. Yeah, and then it's a reduced blind duration by 20%. Yeah, that one's kind of neat. I have a wonky tactics shield, actually. I have Smiting Prayers plus 1, 20% chance while using skills, and reduces blind duration on you by 20%. Which is real interesting, but unfortunately, Rec 12 is kind of high. I really like the Diamond Aegis skin. Actually, there's kind of two. Iridescent and Diamond are pretty similar. I like both of those. I think they're tend to be more motivation and stuff, though. I like Strong Root Shelter. I have Strong Roots on one of my other warriors. Hi, Graham. Wait, hang on. Would it be... I could go up this curly Q. But I've already cleared out the enemies this way, so this is clearly a superior direction to go. There's the back side where the Dwayna statue is. Which should actually be up right now. Don't we have favor? 45 minutes to favor of the guys remaining. Yeah, the Dwayna statue should actually be erect, I guess. Not collapsed. Floating. The getting favor animation on Dwayna's statue is definitely the most dramatic, though. You can see it on all of them pretty easily in the Gate of Madness mission when you're gaining favor of the various statues there, or the different shrines there. for that mission. It plays the gain favor animation. I actually have a clip on my... I might actually have it on my Twitch channel here, but on my YouTube channel of getting favor unexpectedly on Duena statue, and it was very dramatic and startled me quite a bit. In Serenity Temple, of all places, actually. But Duena's is definitely the most dramatic. Like, Melandru grows leaves and stuff, and the thorns melt away from Lissa. But for Duena, friggin' lightning strikes down, and the statue floats up and stuff. It is pretty impressive. Okay, I'm going to be curious here and just poke around a little bit. I don't think this connects. I think this is one of those spots where you want it to connect and it doesn't. Yeah. I can definitely understand that. I probably like her mural art the best. Give me that chitin. Actually, I think I'm going to swap over to my Furious Axe. I've got... This might be an incorrect decision, but I feel like my energy requirements on this bar are relatively low. Because, like, I'm not here to spam Empathic Removal. It's just kind of there to be there. So it looks like this does connect. It just goes way the heck around this way. There we go. Got him. That's me. There. 50-point heal. Enjoy it. Oh no, maybe it doesn't connect. Maybe this just... Yeah, you know what? I think this does just curl around down. Okay, cool. I thought that was the case, but I kind of wanted to confirm. Just let the spirits deal with them. It's interesting, though, because, like, the avatar forms, I think I like Balthazar and Grenth best of the avatar forms, just in terms of appearance. In terms of effect, I tend to lean towards Duena a lot. Although Lissa's better than I think of it as being. Or, like, I have come to realize or appreciate sort of the strength of the Lissa form. I'm actually going to go down this way, and because there's some NPCs I need to talk to for a different quest that I want to interact with. And then I'm going to come back down around that way anyway, because I need to go that way. But I like the mural. I'd have to look at the mosaics again to figure out which of the mosaics I like best. That's a screenshot thing, because the mosaics you see briefly in Gandhara before they're destroyed at the end of Consulate Docks. But during Halloween, you can go into the mausoleum for one of the Mad King Thorn quests, and it's not blocked off, and there's a room in there that's not used in any dungeon. But you can find a room in there that has all of the mosaics from Gandhara. I don't know why they have an Abaddon mosaic there, by the by. Seems a bit random to me, but... Lenault! Hi. I've got bad news about the future, by the way. It's that you're sending me right into the hands of those I'm going to join. House Ranger Rhynel. Was in the middle of remove hacks and then got interrupted. Just ignore the Wind Riders. I know they're annoying. Okay, I need to... My goodness. This game does have way too many pop-up mobs. And the Maguuma is especially bad for this because it has spiders and the scarab dudes and stuff. So, wow, that was a lot of conditions. By which I mean more than one condition. Well, I guess I'll pick up this Ebon Spider Leg. Yeah. I still think the worst zone to vanquish was Jogo's Domain, but in my opinion, the Falls was the next worst. Because the Falls, very aggravatingly, has only one Resurrection Shrine right at the very start. So if you end up wiping at the Wind Riders right towards the end of it, you have to do the whole run back through this enormous, like, twisty zone. It is very tedious. That's a lot of energy. 25. I don't think Balthazar's Aura is actually worth 25 energy in PvE, but I know why it is, because of PvP and smiting and stuff there. Yeah. I don't think they needed more staff. I think they needed different staff. Like, I try to give people benefits of the doubt and stuff. The more I look at the game, the more I don't think Izzy was balancing the game in a way that I think would have been best. The best way to approach it. Like, I want to be kind of... I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Gentle, gracious, something like that. I disagree with some of how he approached the balance. Fair might be a good word. Like it is a lot of work, and the thing is, everybody has kind of their different idea of what balance looks like and a different approach that they take to doing balance. And like the thing is, I don't feel like the live team was more along the lines of how I'd want to approach it. I think it was just a different philosophy than Izzy, but that doesn't necessarily, like, you know what I mean? It's just a trade-off. Whatever. Do that to get to him. But I do find some stuff perplexing, like how did winds end up so terrible? You know it's a PvE only skill. Why are you making it that bad? But I'd have a very different philosophy and approach to doing balance, at least where I'm at currently in my thinking, than what Izzy did. I tend to agree a little bit more with Ensign from the Guild Wars Guru forums back in the day, having extensive arguments with Izzy about balance. I had a lot of, like, these are the developers, they know what they're doing sort of mindset back when, I don't know, the first, I don't know, quite a bit of the game being out, but I think that there is a strong argument that the PvE PvP split should have happened earlier. I do think that there is some amount of argument as well that there's more things that they could have tried for PvE and PvP to kind of handle stuff. One of the things I don't think they really did much, probably because it's a fairly big project, but to try to do balance is to rework enemy skill bars, because that has a big impact on balance. So, like, doing the split has... Because the fundamental problem that you run into is PvE and PvP have different balance needs. It's just... They just play differently. You do not want every single encounter in PvE to play like a PvP match. That's exhausting. You'd have to have significantly better loot and significantly fewer encounters. And some, frankly, very impressive AI. But the needs of the formats are just very different as a result of, like, how they function. And, like, there's a lot of different ways that you can kind of approach some of that balance stuff. And a lot of their balance approach was, let's tweak skills. And a lot of it was focused on, how can we nerf farms that we don't want to have happen for PvE? And what are the strategies that are too dominant in PvP that we don't want to be dominant? And the problem that I kind of feel happens with a lot of the PvP-oriented aspect of the balance is I feel like there's a lot of whack-a-mole, where it was looking at what's really powerful, let's nerf that. What's something that's not really seeing use, let's buff that. So what ends up happening is they kind of, like, knock one thing down and something else pops up, and then they knock that down and something else pops up. And I feel like that approach just kind of, like, leaves a bunch of stuff gutted. I definitely feel, for example, that Smiting Prayers got kind of gutted. I feel that Blood Magic got badly gutted. And a lot of the things that could help with some of that would be to figure out why are these strategies good and how can we make counter strategies to them that would be effective. And I don't know that like, how much that would 100% work. Like, there's a certain amount of experimentation, so a lot of this is like theory craft, and theory craft is not the same thing as actual craft, as it were. But still, like, I think that there are things that could have been done. All right. To try to approach things differently. And, like, when you can't figure out how to balance Smiter's Boon, maybe just change what the skill does instead of putting its stats in the dirt. Okay, so I need to turn in a Brother's Fury. I need to turn in... Or I want to do... Where's the message? Serious message. I can turn in the message and then go to the wilds. Let's do that. Let's go turn in the message and then do the wilds mission. Witness Giselle. Yeah, give me that sweet longbow. I like this longbow because it has reduces poison duration on you by 20%, which is not normally a mod that you can get in a weapon like a bow. It's poisonous otherwise, which is fairly unexciting, but the inbuilt 20% reduced poison duration modifier is pretty cool. I wish their unique weapons, like greens, had actually had like unique properties on them or unique combinations of common properties or things like that. Okay, let's see. I have Mysterious Message up, so I just need to go and follow my quest marker. Cool. No, we're going to ignore those guys. I don't feel like dealing with them. And we got the incoming speed buff to make them leave us alone at just the right moment. Hey, Molecular Mushroom. Welcome. Hope that you are doing well today. I myself am trying to deliver a mysterious message. Oh my goodness, so many moss scarabs. It's crazy how many moss scarabs there are. Ooh, chocolate ice cream, delicious. I seem to have gotten ahead of most of my party. You should use your run speed buff. Make the party catch up to me, and also because it heals them, which seems good. You know, one hidden property of degen that they don't tell you about is it doesn't give you any stamina for degenerating your health. Like, if you take damage, it gives you a little bit of stamina. But that doesn't. It's kind of interesting. I still think that this quest should have been given to us in Henge of Dinravi, where they're like, a white mantle spy has gotten or like a white mantle, whatever you want to call it, spy, informants, whatever you want to call arrow. This elite is Empathic Removal, and it is not a running build at all. I just didn't feel like fighting any enemies. Empathic Removal is not my first choice for if I was making a running bar. But I feel like they should have given you that quest in Henge of Dinravi and be like, hey, we need to be getting a message from this person. So I need to go see a large double blade. Yeah, okay, we'll continue on a little bit further. But Empathic Removal gets rid of a X and condition from you and target ally and heals both of you for 50 HP on a 7-second recharge with no attribute requirement, and I like it. And my party is getting slightly Wind Ridered. Thankfully, these are fairly low-level Wind Riders, so it's limited how badly they can hurt us, but not that much. I have been playing for 3 hours. Please take a break. I don't think I will, but thank you for the suggestion, Gold Wars. Hey, we'll drink some water, though. Because I like water. Get out of here, Life Pod. Ooh, 123 damage. Good old 1, 2, 3. This is kind of an interesting one in that it works best coming from this side because of the geography of the next map. Price, what is going on with you, bud? I'm just kind of running the last little bit because, like, I don't feel like fighting everything in the Maguuma Jungle. The Silver Wood. Sounds like a good name for a Hexen level. The Silver Wood. I have been working on an article, that I posted to my blog yesterday. So that's mostly what I've been doing this week. My blog is at cntier.com, same as my Twitch username. For anybody who's curious. But I'm looking forward to getting back to working on my RPG this coming week and lead up to Christmas. Saw the movie White Christmas for the first time yesterday as well. And I overall enjoyed it, but it also employs the plot trope of this relationship is having difficulties because the people are not talking to each other to clarify what is actually going on and are working off of partial information and making a ton of assumptions. So that was a little Well, otherwise I enjoyed it decently well. This is like the only spot where there's Wind Riders in the map, by the way. So if you're ever vanquishing this map, do not get confused and think that there is a bunch of Wind Riders in it, because there's not. Well, thank you.
May the gods
Let's
protect
see.
you.
That gives me Healing Seed. What does this follow-up
gods
one give me?
protect you.
Contemplation of Purity and Crushing Blow. If I don't have Crushing Blow already, I will be somewhat surprised. Contemplation of Purity is not really a useful skill on a secondary monk. I'm looking for Hammer Mastery. Yeah, there's Crushing Blow. I mean, I guess I'll take it. I ain't doing this quest just yet, though. Because I'm going to do the wilds, because doing the wilds will dump me off on the outpost where I need to go. Yeah, let's just enter mission, I guess. Wait. I maybe should clear out my inventory a little bit first. I wish this bow was max damage. It is not, and I wish it was. This is also a really weird one in that it's like a weird sundering wand. Oh yeah, that sword's bad. There's the Junlei. Yeah, I definitely hope that people get something out of the stuff that I've written. Just running back and forth the merchants here. Oh, this is weird. Anybody see what's weird in this screen? If not, I'll explain it in a moment. I think the explanation is that this must be an abandoned Shining Blade camp, because these are Shining Blade logos. That's the only explanation, because the White Mantle are here right now, and we're still working for the White Mantle at the moment. So the only explanation for Shining Blade standard and like logoized tent? What did you call this? Tent with their logo on it would be because the it was abandoned and the White Mantle just kind of took it over. This guy's like, well, I'll set up shop by this Shining Blade tent. Sure, why not? But there's also other weird stuff. Like in Ascalon, there's a spot where you can see White Mantle insignia in Ascalon City over in this area. Those characters not have. Okay, now we can enter the mission because I have clean inventory. Alrighty then. Do I want to do the bonus here? Not really. It's a lot of out of the way. Yeah, I definitely appreciate you taking a look at the blog, Molecular Mushroom. All right, I think I'm going to avoid the bonus. I don't feel like dealing with hauling around the seed. This is really annoying in hard mode. Whenever you're dealing with multiple life pods, they're a lot tankier in hard mode. Ooh, die. A 1,000 experience isn't anything to sneeze at, but it's also not great. If it was one of those things where the bonus also gave me a skill point, I'd be a lot more interested in doing it. But for whatever reason, Prophecies bonuses don't give you skill points. I don't know why. They just give you 1,000 experience. Hard mode versions, I believe, do give you skill points, though. So it's a little bit of an oddity. I'll be getting a lot more skill points when I bring her over to Nightfall and actually start doing stuff there properly. Where is she in that? I think... Okay, she's Sunspear Captain. I think she's... Because this is an Elonian character, if that wasn't clear. That I decided to... 732 unused skill points. Yeah, I think the most unused skill points I have on a character is a couple hundred. My highest experience character I'm also trying to get literally all the skills on, so he does not have very many spare skill points. And he's like a 10 mil plus experience character. But it's just really weird to me that I think the other campaign, like Prophecies, I don't think gives you the skill points. I think the other campaigns do, because Prophecies gives you a bunch of skills for free for completing skill quests, whereas the other campaigns do not give you as many free skills. Like, there's definitely some, but not as many, that's for sure. Man, Ebon Escape is so nice to have available. Ooh, silver dye. That's good for making pictures, right? Wow, 20 million experience. Yeah, I don't think I have a character. I have too many characters to have a character up that high. I don't know what the total experience across all my characters is, but my most played character is a male dervish that I'm theoretically going for Gwam on. I kind of need the consumption titles and cartography, I think, to finish Gwam. So I'm at like 8k party, And the other ones are lower than that for those 3 titles. Wow, that's impressive. That is a lot of experience points. I'm going to switch over to my Zealous Axe. Suddenly get more maximum energy. Wow. Like, that's... My whole account has just a bit over 7.5 thousand hours, so... I feel like I'm going slightly the wrong direction. I think I need to go this way. I don't think I need to go this way. I think I probably just follow this down and around. I'm used to doing this after the bonus at this point, so I'm actually a little confused about the normal route. Yeah, I had a long period of not playing, kind of in between stuff. I'm not, like... Yeah, I think I dropped off a good bit after Guild Wars 2 and started playing again much more several years ago when I first started trying to do stuff on the internet. I have a bunch of... I had a series that I am going the wrong way. That I did on my YouTube channel that I called VOD of Consciousness because it was a long walk of a joke. Where it was like stream of consciousness, except because it wasn't live, I called it VOD of Consciousness. Like I said, it's a long walk of a joke. And I think probably a little confusing. But I did a lot of Guild Wars for that. Did some other stuff in there too. Did a Let's Play of Fury 3, which is a game that I like. That I don't know how much people know about that one or not. It is like a space flight sim sort of thing on planets where you have a ship. It's kind of like a... Like, what if a game like Doom or something was, instead of being a first-person shooter, if it was a space flight game? It's kind of like that. But I quite like Fury 3. Fury Cubed, technically. Do I need to be going... No, I need to... I've gotten myself 9 kinds of turned around. I need to go up this way. Right? Yes, because then this loops around and I go down in there. Help, I'm being the fallsed. But there's a bunch of Guild Wars that's in that series. I also think I did a Let's Play of the one published game I've made, or worked on, rather, which is called Highway to the Moon. It is a top-down shmup. With which... Well, the dervish that I have that has like... Oh yeah, you're asking Dream Farts how the warrior has that much experience. Yeah, that's a lot of experience. I miss Griffin farming. I mentioned that earlier, but I only did it for just a little bit before they took it out of the game. Just tiny little window. And then I was too late, and it was gone. I don't think I'm going the right way. I think I needed to actually go that way and then that way. Maybe this goes around. I don't know why I've gotten so confused on this map suddenly. I normally don't have this much trouble, and I don't know why. And I find it somewhat confusing. Well, the problem with Griffin farming is that the location was taken out of the game. Like the mob spawns were literally changed. Griffin farming was a thing fairly early on in the game's lifetime, where you would go just outside of in the Prophet's Path. You go over to an area where there was a bunch of griffins, a bunch of the desert griffins. It was so you'd come out here and you'd go over here and then down into this corner, and there's just a bunch of griffins there. They took it out of the game though and replaced a lot of there's still like 2 or 3 griffins there, but not the like plentiful hordes that there had been. And they put Kefket Marrowfeast or whatever her name is in here. Yeah. So if you did a lot of playing on her, yeah, I absolutely would get a lot of experience. So yeah, they literally took out the Griffin farm. They didn't just change like bars and stuff so you couldn't do it anymore. They literally removed it from the game. Okay, I don't think this goes where I want to be. Okay, let's you know what? Let's just loop back around. Why not? No, not Frost Griffins or whatever those are. No, I'm talking about the Desert Griffins. This was an old thing. You would see, and like part of the reason why they took it out is because literally you would just see hordes of bots, like 55 monk bots, zoning into Augury Rock and then going out to go do the farm. Like there was so many bots farming it because it was such an easy farm. Which is probably also why they took out the, or like, you could probably still do it, right? The Spirit Bond farm, like the 600 farm that people did. Because there was the farm outside Harvest Temple where you would use Ancestors Visage and Sympathetic Visage to make the enemies kill themselves on their own famine. And people did that with, like Mesmers with the 600 HP Spirit Bond thing, but I don't know why you couldn't do it with some sort of different setup. I imagine it would work. How long have I been in this map now? 12 minutes? Feels longer somehow. Yeah, this is where I went wrong. I needed to go over this way, not up that way. Yeah, there's Shining Blade Scouts. Man, I kind of want an FF7 style remake, FF7 remake style remake of this game where they like dug into the Prophecies plot a lot better. That'd probably be a bit much, but cool. I miss old, like it's hard to believe, but me saying it, but I miss old Thunderhead Keep. I don't know what it was about back in the day. It was just so much harder, and now it's boring. You practically need hard mode to make it interesting. Yeah, a lot of stuff with the Prophecies got kind of reconsidered. I think King Adelbern's character was assassinated, but that's another matter entirely. Are you talking about stuff that they did in the future games, or are you talking about stuff that they did in future Guild Wars 1 games, or are you talking about stuff that they did in Guild Wars 2? for retconning prophecies, dream farts. Because there's definitely a lot of stuff that they're like, nah, we're not gonna go with that. Because like the Great Destroyer was super retconned with Eye of the North. But like if you talk to Troy Asa, he's like, oh yeah, and Glint was the original, like first being sort of thing. Oh, you said TOPK, not Thunderhead Keep. I don't know why I read that as Thunderhead Keep. Okay, yeah, that's way more impressive than Thunderhead Keep. Tomb of the Primeval Kings HM solo is really, really, really impressive. Yeah, sorry, I misread TOPK as THK. I don't know why. Yeah. They have to try to make that whole char-human conflict a little bit more palatable for making the player char. Ecto's still pretty rare in TOPK, but I should do a run of that again sometime. It has been a little while since I've done it. That's cool. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, a lot of things are gonna be. I still want to pick myself up. Law and Order. The daggers, not the TV show. I wish Obby shards had more uses than just obsidian armor. I actually kind of wish that Obby shards and Ecto had some like less expensive things that they could be used in. I don't 100% know what, but what are chalices now? This is going to be one of those situations where like Scalding Tarns were $17 when Zendikar first came out. Okay, what's the full set quantity? I don't know off the top of my head. Is it like 30, 50? Okay. So that's a little over 2 ecto for 1. Then, right? Where the heck am I? Oh, yeah, I'm in Bloodstone Fen. I got really confused there for a moment. I don't know why. Okay, I need to clear out my inventory again. I think I have a couple Golden Rin relics that I want to sell on one of my characters. Yeah, I got a lot of random junk there. Yeah, that's a huge difference. Stuff might not be worth identifying, but I am anyway. Um. I need to do some price checks on some stuff too. I think that probably contains some bone. Yeah, I contain a good amount of bone. I 37 granite. Was not expecting granite from a hatchet. Going to be honest here about that. That was a little surprising. Huh. Yeah, because if I hop over for just a second. To Baradis. How many of these do I have? I have 4 golden ring relics that I want to sell. I also want to sell this Forget-Me-Not 20%, which I think is like pretty large number of Vector, relatively speaking. I also have a Dice Chalice to sell. And a couple of Frog Scepters that hopefully can be sold to players. The thing is, like, selling stuff to players is kind of tedious. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. I also have this Voltaic Spear that I theoretically would like to sell. Doesn't really have great mods on it, though. But still. But selling stuff is kind of tedious in this game. I really like the style of armor in this game, though, yeah. I think Winter's Day starts tomorrow. I feel like I saw somebody saying it was the 19th in the global Discord channel. What does it say? Yeah, December 19th. I'm guessing... Yeah, okay, noon Pacific. Yeah, December 19th. So it'll be starting tomorrow. Okay, I don't need that open. I don't need that open. Let's do some bloodstone fenning. Boy, howdy, that's a lot of... New Mesmer. Wait. Yeah. Friggin' auto miscorrect. I tell ya. Sometimes it just does the weirdest things. It's like I probably typed dues, but decided I wanted to just type dies and just changed it for me. I'm like, no, I meant dues. Or it does, rather, excuse me. I mispronounced the word, but you know what I mean. I typed does, and it decided it should be dies, and it's like, why would you do that to me? What about this context made you think that was the word that I wanted here? In this spot. Hello, chosen villagers. Okay, Sadra's going to teach me how to use these vine seed flowers for a mechanic that's used, I'm sure, in one of the Maguuma themed map. I really do like... So this is one of the things that you can do in this game that you can't do in Guild Wars 2. Is this position allows us to look down on the Bloodstone. And we get another position like over there when we get with Ryder and stuff. And so we get a couple of spots where we can look down on where we're going to be. But you can't do that in Guild Wars 2 because players could just jump off the edge and like glide down to it or whatever. Like you could just clamber down that edge right over there in Guild Wars 2 and be right at the end of the mission. So like the design of Guild Wars 2, it completely requires a different way of setting things up. And having big open things that you look down to where you're going to go is a little hard to set up, especially when they added gliding to allow players to nullify fall damage. Yeah, the Bloodstones were made by the gods. When King Doric... It's King Doric's blood that's in the Bloodstones. Why, did they decide to retcon it to be made by the Seers for some reason? You want serious retcon stuff. Go talk to the ghostly hero in Amnoon Oasis. My goodness, that dialogue was like entirely retconned. He's just woefully uninformed about the world now. Here, let me... Amnoon... it's probably just Ghostly Hero, right? This one, maybe? So in Amnoon Oasis... he says, "You are the chosen. I have been waiting for you. Long have I looked forward to this moment. What is it you seek? How do you know I was chosen? For many centuries have I lingered here in this desert, waiting for the prophecy to come to pass. The chosen ones will come and help me gain access to the mists and pass into the Hall of Heroes. It has all been foreseen." And then it talks about the Hall of Heroes and why does he need our help. And then we can ask him, "What do you know of the Flameseeker Prophecies?" And he says, "I know that those who are proven worthy will help me open the way into the rift. I know that those who ascend are destined for greatness. And I know that it will be I who leads them through the treacherous afterlife to the top of the Hall of Heroes. But if you wish to know more, then you should ask the one who had the premonitions, the prophet. The prophet still lives. Indeed, her name is Glint, and she is quite old, even for a dragon." So Glint is old for a dragon. A dragon? Yes, she was the first of all creatures on Tyria, created by the gods to be the caretaker. But it became clear that she needed help. That is when they summoned the creatures known now only as the Forgotten. What are the Forgotten? They resemble great snakes, but they move upright, use magic, and fight with forged weapons. They were brought here to watch over Tyria while the gods completed their creation, but the serpentine creatures were pushed out of most of the continent, banished here to the desert by humans. Now they serve to protect the portal to the dragon's lair. If you want to ascend and meet Glint, you will have to get by them. So, like, that whole thing was so massively retconned by Guild Wars 2. I mean, it's arguable that some of the other Guild Wars games may have retconned it a bit as well. But, like, Guild Wars 2 is just like, haha, nope, he's completely wrong about everything. He's just been fed a load of hooey that he's repeating to you, the player. We don't want that to be true at all. Because, like, no, Glint's not the oldest thing. She's not old for a dragon. She's a young whippersnapper. Or whatever. And stuff. It's just like, please. Why did you decide to go this route? Why did you decide to ruin the Great Destroyer? Like, if you look at the quest that deals with the Great Destroyer in Sorrow's Furnace, it makes a huge deal about the Great Destroyer's name and how you can't speak the name or it will summon the Great Destroyer and give him power and things like that. And then, like, when they actually made the Great Destroyer, his name was not relevant at all. We never learned the Great Destroyer's name. It never comes up. It's like, how did you take the thing that, like, the thing that was the Great Destroyer's thing and then just completely abandon it? It annoys me. Yeah, they definitely wanted to go a different direction with Guild Wars 2. And, like, I guess, but, like, also, why did you feel the need to do that? You could have done the Elder Dragon thing on a different part of the Mists or something. I mean, granted, that's not the world we know and love from Guild Wars 1, but, like, you could have said, oh, here's the world where the gods originally came from and where they took humans from. Or something. And, like, there's still humans there. And, like, on the one hand, I don't mind them showing us, like, oh, here's how Tyr's developed, and now we get to see ore and stuff like that. But, like, the stuff with the Elder Dragons is not something... And I've talked about this before. I'm not fond of the Elder Dragons. Maybe they did some interesting stuff with them, but just, like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't mind them kind of trying to give more depth to their society and culture and stuff, but, like, they do kind of... Handwave isn't quite the right word, because it's, like, 250 years, and, like, there's a lot of conflicts between the Char who don't want to keep fighting and the Char who do, and the humans in the Ebon Hawk who don't want to keep fighting, and those who are willing to kind of go with the peace and stuff. But I mean, I think a lot of the stuff that I just find a little tiresome is world-ending threats. Just give me a world with complicated world politics where your player characters are trying to navigate what they think is best. Like, Prophecies has my favorite story of all of the campaigns, and the reason for that is because most of Prophecies is, like, dealing with just human interaction, and, like, trying to save the world is not our initial goal. We're just trying to protect some of the people of Ascalon. That's kind of how we start off, and it just kind of, like, one thing leads to another. And I think we rush a bit in the Prophecies story. Hey, Dawnbreaker. Yeah, for sure. Like, the world-ending threats need to be pretty friggin' significant. But also, like, I want my fantasy worlds to be smarter than my real world, and I want my fantasy worlds to say, that's a world-ending threat. We should do something about it. But, I don't know. I liked the story of Prophecies where we don't just start off with... Because this is the problem that I have with, like, both Cheeto and the stuff with Abaddon and Varish is, like, a bit too much to start. And I'd rather it be kind of, like, more in the background, kind of like the Liches, that then, like, comes forward to be more prominent. It was like, oh, this is, like, the source of a bunch of the problems that we're facing. Not all of them, but a bunch of the problems. And that, to me, is more interesting when it, like, takes time to kind of get there, rather than starting off at, well, here's the massive threat that we need to take care of, that we know what's going on, and, like, give me some mystery. Give me some mystery and intrigue. That's all I'm saying. I want some mystery and intrigue. I think that's really what I'm saying here. Oh, I need to go grab another friggin' seed. Take over to there. I don't know why I forget about this, but I did. Warthog, you are body blocking me very effectively. I want you to know that. Yeah. No, well, and this is a problem, though. This is a genuine problem that games have. Which is, how do you fight a really friggin' huge boss? Like, just from a matter of scale and stuff. It is super impractical. So that's where, like... any game that where like the final boss is like some absolutely enormous thing, like, and the fight ends up being a gimmick because you can't interact with it on normal mechanics very effectively. But yeah, like Zaitan ends up being a pretty disappointing fight because it's like, what does the fight look like? If you actually put this thing as powerful as it's supposed to be, like, how is the player actually supposed to fight this thing when it's this friggin' huge, this friggin' powerful? Like, it's not. Wow, that's just crazy. That's absolutely crazy. But it's just like one of those things where, like, if you wanted to do this as a proper fight, it suddenly turns into more like an RTS or something, right? Because you can't properly do that fight on a individual character scale, or it has to be some, like, you can't do it in a 5-person dungeon. Like, it has to be some sort of something, and it doesn't, like a raid, or I don't even know. Like, there's nothing that really quite fits what it would have to be. I like how we can look back at the Bloodstone, by the way, get the sense of our progress as we're bouncing around it. But it's just, and here's his dead crew. He's talking about the mantle wiped out his entire party. But it's just like, if you are a game where it's an individual character, your ability to actually have an impact on this large monstrous thing is very minimal. And you have to, if you're going to take an approach, it almost has to be more like a disease that you're somehow able to kill it with, right? Because, like, if you think about that, or like some sort of poison that you're able to somehow get into its system. So it's like, oh, you sacrifice everything in order to get poison, some sort of poison into its system that is able to destroy it, right? That's kind of what you have to do to make that kind of work, but that's not an interesting fight. Any more than any of the other things are. So it's like, there's no good way of actually doing a fight. And everything else would be like a completely different game mode in order to kind of make the scale actually work properly. It's a huge complaint that I have about any sort of more actiony game, or like a lot of games that where they have some hyped up final boss, but then that final boss is so massive that they cannot, like, reasonably put you in a comparative fighting situation that makes any sort of sense. It happens too frequently, and it ends up being super gimmicky and unsatisfying, like, every single time. So, I mean, I didn't play Mass Effect 3, but I kind of got the impression some of that happened there. It definitely happened in DMC 4, Devil May Cry 4, as I recall. I thought the God of War series dealt with that well. Yeah, that's one of the things where they very intentionally try to figure out, how do we make these big epic fights feel good? And one of the things that they do is, first of all, they make Kratos really powerful. In the first God of War, I think they make him supersized as well to make that fight work. That's good. But the God of War series also, like, does a really good job with QuickTime events to make you feel like you're participating in a fight that's actually a cutscene, because then the cutscene allows you to be able to perform acrobatic moves that you don't normally get to in gameplay. Like, I remember several fights in Castlevania Lords of Shadow where it's like, oh, this enemy is just really huge, and this is just an awkward fight that I can't do very effectively. I'm going to get some scarab pop-ups right on cue. Some scarab pop-ups. And I'm glad they're able to figure out a way of making the Galactus fight at least kind of cool. But even with God of War, to some extent, you get a lot of gimmicks where it's like, oh, this large enemy positions itself just in the right spot for you to be able to attack it, rather than, like, going around or whatever. And then you have the question of, like, okay, how are you killing this thing by whacking its ankles? that also becomes a problem. I don't know. In general, I prefer boss fights to be with enemies that are much more comparable to the player character. Because those just work out better, in my opinion. What is even going on here? Are they just all ganging up on a shadow song? Huh. Yeah, exactly. Giant glowing weak points. The thing is, I would like it if some of those big enemies had more realistic, like, taking them apart and slowly dismembering them type stuff, where it's like, you hack at its leg and you kind of, like, take out its tendon and it starts stumbling. And things like that. Or like, oh, congratulations, you managed to actually hit an artery and now it's bleeding out and exsanguinating. Something that feels more like that. That's more appropriate to the scale difference. Because I feel like a lot of the time it just doesn't make sense that the health bar for the legs or arms is the same as the health bar for the whole creature. What it kind of comes down to. What it kind of comes down to is, for me, like, the impressive lookingness of the boss needs to be backed up by the impressiveness of the gameplay against the boss. It needs to be an actually engaging battle. And not just like some sort of gimmicky, well, it looks really cool, but it actually just kind of stands here and I hit it when it uses this move that makes it vulnerable. Sort of thing. Like, that's not... It kind of undermines the coolness factor to me if the mechanics are not exciting as well. Yeah, but they designed the entire game around fighting really big enemies in Shadow of the Colossus. And so all of their mechanics were designed to make that function. Which is the key difference between something like that and the sort of thing that I find... Okay, I need to go after this abbot some more directly here. But like, the fact that they made all of their mechanics around that, and they weren't trying to set up combat mechanics to work for smaller enemies, as far as I'm aware, that helps a lot. Hey, Hableon. I actually kind of want to ignore him and go after these abbots, because Hableon's going to be kind of tanky. There's a lot of loot from these guys. But like, part of what makes Shadow of the Colossus notable is that they did put in, like, they did make the big fights work, because that was specifically what they were trying to do. What's going on, Tribal Blade? Something called the Centaur's Harness does not inspire much confidence. Ooh, Major Vigor. Very good. Very good, might say. Where is the Shunlai? I could be walking towards that while I'm identifying things. Okay, let's get this Major Vigor out. I probably will end up using it on this character. We'll see. I am going to stick it over there because I have space. Haha. Okay. Now I need to find Clement. Goodbye, Clement. You have done what I needed of you. Okay, Gareth. Price of Steel and Demigog's Vanguard. I don't remember if a Price of Steel is in the same direction or not. Contemplation of Purity is not a great reward, though. I mean, I'm not getting something different, but... Okay, that one's north. The other one's south, so... Yep. You know what it is? Everybody's favorite. It's Moss Scarab time! Turns out this is doing pretty well. Which I'm a little surprised by. But I think my height advantage is working. Yeah, that's a lot less damage when I'm not, like, a cliff above the enemy. How did I have some of this uncovered anyway? Oh, because I did go a little bit up in here. Not for all of this? That surprises me a bit. I wonder what it would happen to this game if you could equip attributes into your attribute points into the primary attribute of your second profession, but the attribute point cost was doubled. That makes sense. So, like, as /monk, I could get points of divine favor, but instead of the first point costing 1 attribute point, it cost 2. Instead of 2 for the second one, it cost 4. And then instead of 3, it'd be 6. So, like, I could get some of it if I really wanted, but it would really limit. I don't know. Just something that I was just randomly thinking about. Because obviously, you couldn't go deep into that because it would use, like, basically all of your attribute points except for 6. But you could, like, maybe get 3 or 4 okay. I'm not quite sure how the math would actually work out on any of that, but I just kind of wonder, like, would that be too strong? Would that be okay? How much, like, would people... Okay. So I could do this. I could use Contemplation of Purity. It would make me lose all enchantments, and then I could lose 1 hex and 1 condition and gain 0 health. Is that right? Is that how that works? Let me look up Contemplation of Purity. I'm curious on the mechanics here. Contemplation of Purity. Yes, please. Go to the page wiki. Here we are. Okay, it sounds like it would like remove one of each. Yeah, but like here's the thing though, you couldn't actually get very deep into fast casting because if you tried to build up your fast casting, like you like okay, that's not what I was hoping to get from that. Like imagine you could maybe get like oh, what would Rec 6 be? Hang on. Let's see the normal attribute requirement. So I'm at 103. So 103 to 82 is 21 attribute points. So that would cost 42 attribute points to get rank 6. Right? Am I doing my math right? Hang on. Yeah, 103 to 82 is 21, so that'd be 42. Which 42 normally would be 61 left. So that'd be the equivalent of like rank 8. So instead of being able to get rank 8, you'd be able to get rank 6. I think. Is how that would work out, right? Or maybe instead of rank 9, you'd be able to get rank 6, something like that if the attribute points were doubled. Like, it does not work out super well for you. Because it's a pretty high burden. Again, I don't know if it would be broken or not, but it'd be interesting to test. This is kind of like me almost more theory crafting. Like, would it be worth it for a warrior to invest enough points to be able to get rank 3 in critical strikes for that one energy gain, for example? Because it would be... normally that would be 6, so it would be like, what, 12 attribute points? Maybe. I don't know. Here, I'm heading towards Aurora. I feel like I did all this pretty recently on a different character, but... so Aurora and Riverside is what I have left here, and then... Okay. I think... Depending upon how quickly Aurora, Glade, and Riverside Province go, I think I should have time to be able to finish Prophecies today. Because I've done, like, Hell's Precipice and everything, so I'm just cleaning up ordinary area stuff, more or less. Yeah, for sure. Like, it would definitely be really good, and a lot of... But the thing is, you'd have to go /necro to be able to get it. So it's like, is going /necro and spending a bunch of attribute points worth it for, like, 6 ranks of Soul Reaping? And probably... I would literally have to, like, rig up something to better test the math on it than sort of the ad hoc thing that I was doing. But, like, to figure out, like, how many attribute points is it for a certain attribute level and stuff. It would probably be too strong, but it would be really interesting nevertheless to experiment with. In some potentially some other scenario, but I really appreciate the build variety that you get with some of the Guild Wars Beyond content on enemies. I need to take out this protector, though. But I definitely think, like, would that make monks way more viable in... But, like, yeah, in PvE, if you would be like, oh, I get, like, 10 Divine Favor and, like, 5 ranks of Soul Reaping or something. I mean, the other question is, would it be too powerful to be able to use runes of your secondary? Like, imagine, how often would you use a superior rune of a primary attribute of your secondary in order to get like 3 attribute points in it or whatever? I don't think that would work out too well for a variety of other reasons, like changing your secondary, but it is at least kind of interesting to contemplate. I don't know. What I'm saying is I really like the Guild Wars 1 formula. I think that there's a lot of interesting different tweaks that you could do to it that could be fun to play around with, that I would like to do so in the future when I finish the game that I'm currently working on in RPG Maker and start working on another game in Unity, because Unity is more flexible, more easily flexible. RPG Maker MV, you can like rewrite everything if you want to and for the code, but the problem is you completely lose cohesion with the editor. The more you change in the code, the more you run into potential cohesion issues with the editor, the more tedious it is to work on projects. So, but it is absolutely my desire to make games that use Guild Wars 1 style build mechanics. At some point here in the future. Probably to start, I'll make tactics games, but the systems will probably be fairly easy to convert to real-time ones at some point. Hey, Alila Kit. Welcome. Welcome, Raiders. Alila? Alila? How do you pronounce it? But welcome. I appreciate seeing y'all. Thanks for dropping by. I am currently in the process of filling in a Flameseeker Prophecies. I had a bunch of stuff on here already, so I've done Dunes of Despair at Elona Reach, and then run through these 4 missions, and I'm heading towards the rest of Kryta. I'm doing a skill booster league. Alila, generally. All right. I'll try to remember that. If anybody has questions about what Skill Booster League is, let me know, and I'll be happy to answer. I don't know how many of you are familiar with it or not. The basic premise of the idea is that I have restricted skills. Based upon what my pool of skills is available here, I get more skills added over time, and the little numbers are how many copies I can have across my team. So, that is the short version of a Skill Booster League. These white mantle are getting absolutely wrecked by the wildlife, and I don't know how they should feel about that. Alright, sounds good. I really appreciate the raid. This has always been a really weird... I feel like there's a bunch of stuff in Maguuma Jungle that just didn't get quite hooked up right. And one of the things is Valor's primary quests, where it feels like he wants you to be going and talking to Ventari, because he has 2 primary quests. He has White Mantle Wrath, a Helping Hand, and then Urgent Warning. So this one requires you to go talk to Ventari inside, and Ventari's like, yeah, no, I'm not doing anything. And then Urgent Warning, see, he's like, I need you to just go speak with Ventari. And Ventari's like, yeah, no, I'm remaining neutral. I'm not part of this threat. I'm not part of this war. And you could talk, that's the next primary quest, but he also just gives you Urgent Warning, which is the primary quest that takes you to the next mission. So I don't know why he has both. Deep Root would give me Rebirth and Shield Stance. If I don't have both of those already, I am going to be utterly shocked. Okay, I don't have Rebirth, so I'm actually somewhat shocked by that. Do I have Shield Stance, though? Yes, I do have Shield Stance. So I could go get Rebirth off of this. What's the... Hey, GW Coast. Yeah, they're not strictly speaking necessary. What's the one after this called? You know what? I will just search Deeproot and get quests off of him that way. Blood and Smoke, that's it. So I'd get Prot Spirit and I Will Survive. Do I already have Prot Spirit? No. I Will Survive is absolute hot garbage of a skill, but... Prot Spirit would be good to have. Okay, that's... Yeah, this is just this weird health plus 10 will hex, and health plus 10 will enchanted weapon, which is not really terribly exciting. Justicar armor is... Okay, I was hoping it would be iron. I feel like a lot of the times I expect that sort of armor to be something it isn't. By which I mean, I expect it to contain iron and I get tanned hide instead, and I'm disappointed in it. Okay, I did not get random stuff ending up in there, so that's good. I don't need this weird cane. Alright, yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and do this. This quest chain is so long, but I'll go ahead and do it, I guess, because why not? It gives me free skills, which saves me skill points. It gives me some free skills. It gives me like 3. 2 of which are useful. I'll go do a Roar Glade. I don't know why these quests off of Deeproot aren't gotten from Henge of Dunravi, by the way. I feel like the narrative momentum here doesn't want you to linger and do random quests. And the fact that Henge of Dunravi has literally no side quests is absolutely bonkers to me. It's the sort of place you'd expect to find them. Being, you know, the capital city of the Maguuma Jungle area. And theoretically a moment of refuge. It's kind of like... Henge of Dunravi is like if you went into the Sunspear Sanctuary and there were no side quests. It was like you had the whole cutscene about now we've gotten a place to rest. And then immediately you move on and you're betrayed and the place is overturned. It's like, wait, what happened here? Sunspear Sanctuary does the same idea of Henge of Dunravi except better. Somebody get this weakness off of me. Okay, I'll get it off of me. It all took too long. Empathic Removal. Finished recharging. We do not need to kill Symbiosis. There's just another one over here anyway. What gave Price a sudden boost? Oh, Essence Strike probably gave him 9 energy when he used it. Good old chest thumper. Okay. Yeah. So this one requires me... Over here. Here's some jungle trolls. It's interesting to me that some of these are level 18 and some of these are level 14, and I'm not quite sure why this is. But I like it. It's really easy to not notice the difference because, practically speaking, I don't feel like there's much of one. Part of the problem, like, I love a lot of things about Prophecies, but the enemies are just, their skill bars are way too simple. It makes a lot of the enemies somewhat less memorable. On the other hand, I do appreciate that the trolls use troll unguent. It'd be a bit weird if they didn't. Oh, that felt good. Okay, give me my loots. I'm gonna come up this way. There's a couple of white mantle down there that we need to make sure we get the info from. Yeah, there they are, the white mantle zealots. I think you should be able to approach from up here, right? It's nothing. You jump at shadows. This place has us both on edge. Better safe than sorry. Our friend inside the Shining Blade does not inspire much confidence in me. Have you ever thought that perhaps he might be playing us false? Okay, I'll return to Deeproot and tell him what I overheard. What's really annoying about this is you go here, you tell Deeproot what you heard, and then you have to run all the way back. I don't feel like clearing out my inventory this time, which will probably prove to be a mistake, but interesting. Thank you. Rebirth, good old rebirth. Prosperity and I will survive are both skills I do not have, though, so that's why I'm doing this. With Prosperity being the useful one of the two. On the other hand, I'm kind of glad these guys don't have a signature skill like Whirling Defense, like the friggin' Krytan Rangers do. Or not Krytan, Cornin. You can understand why I would get those words slightly confused. They are very similar. It just struck me that we have a nation whose name starts with K, Kryta, where the White Mantle are Krytan, and start a big old war. And then you have another nation, Korna, whose name starts with K, and starts a big old war. And it was just making me think about the Diamond Company ad about every kiss beginning with the letter K. Except every war begins with K. Because Korna and Kryta kickstart those. Anyway. No, there is a protector over here. I just felt like there was, because they use life bond, which dramatically decreases damage, obviously. Yeah. I know, he's down in the falls. I forgot that you'd need to talk to Scout Mouth around there. There we go. I'm going to go this way. There's a boss that I need to kill. Nope. Nope, don't need to fight the scarabs. There's a boss that I need to go kill that's over this way. Oh my goodness. There were no enemies along here, and the 3 different types of pop-up mobs dropped down within whatever that distance is. It's ridiculous. Okay, you want to fight us, life pod? Okay, no, you don't. Cool, good. Leave me alone. I think it's Drogo Greatmane is the boss I need to kill for this quest. You need to take his heart to Darkroot. I don't know why. Gonna do some sort of divination using his heart or something. Kind of grim, really. Anyway, we get this bloody heart, which looks an awful lot like a seed. Because that's the icon that they had. And I understand. Sometimes you don't want to make a bloody heart icon, frankly. There's a life pod around here somewhere. I could tell because that enemy got healed. Okay. I see that we have aggroed a lot of things. Did I not give the rest of my team damage? Oh, no. They're just killing the spiders over there. I see. That's how that is, then. Too many spiders, I'm telling y'all. Switch my Furious Axe for a little bit. Let's just not. Can we not fight literally everything down here? I'd like to not fight everything down here. Make sure I have some incoming going. Keep the party somewhat more on top of me. Just wanted to use it on recharge here. Look at how many spiders are just dropping down on me. That's bonkers. That's so many spiders. I'm gonna switch back to my Knight's Armor. I don't think I need the increased max HP. I want the damage absorption. Use the damage I take by 3. It adds up when you got a bunch of weak enemies like this. I do think I probably want to stick with the Zealous Axe, though. Oh, look, I found more spiders. Just too friggin' many spiders. Do we have to? I'm gonna fight these redwood shepherds. Do you think they shepherd redwoods, or are they redwoods that are also shepherds? What do they shepherd? At least you don't have to go all the way through the falls, like, for friggin' mocks. Ugh. This map is... a bit much, I would say. This map is a bit much. Really happy to see Smite Hex on the person other than the one I was targeting with Empathic Removal. That worked out. Hey, Dark Oak. Darkness and light, good and evil, all are part of nature. There is no regrowth without death, without decay. Such is the lesson that I can teach you, Stripling. Why do you disturb me? Let me look into the dark. I see a great beast, a great cat, a lion. This lion hungers. He is devouring the forest, the entire forest, nay, the entire world. A host of gleaming angels, no, not angels, but birds, carrion birds, bright and terrible as the sun, accompany this lion. All falls before his hunger, until naught is left but bitter ashes. That is all I see. Well, good thing Glint saw a little bit more than you did. Well, the White Mantle is clearly the lion, and the Mersat are the shining angels. Obviously, I think. Tribal blades contain granite for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. I find it a bit perplexing. But it is pretty consistent as well. This is a dire vision indeed. The lion you saw is obviously Kryta, or the White Mantle, but what of the carrion birds? I must consult with Lavinia. Perhaps you can interpret this vision. Thank you, my friend, for everything you've done for us. Prot Spirit, yay, useful skill. I will survive, boo, not useful skill. Gaining 3 health regen for each condition you're suffering from is not a bad effect. The fact that it ends after 30 seconds and lasts for 10 at 13 strength. That's the problem I have with this skill. It's just... It feels like it's a skill that exists to show that warrior is not good at dealing with conditions. And I'd just much rather have a skill that does something useful in that place. How did you get so far behind in Dunkoro? We're all together now? Let's not fight some devourers, eh? I know where I'm going. I got some healing going on. I'm very intentionally stopping to heal there because these guys have stoning, which will knock you down if you have weakness. And I fully expected them to use it on me, as they did. And I'd rather not get knocked down. Yeah, a lot of stoning spam. I'll wait for my team to catch up a little bit. My health is kind of low. And all of my healing on my character right now requires me to be able to target an ally. So I'll clear out some of these Thorn Stalkers. Snake Bite. Yeah, it's like, oh, yeah, no, we know. The white mantle were through here already. Okay. Just about at Aurora Glade. Should be okay to get there. Horton Longsnout. Sounds like a truffle hunting pig or something. Instead, it's Krytan Cuirass. Trader? Merchant? Giver? Person? All right. Let's go get my random weapon from Elder Gretchen. Okay, apparently it just doesn't know how to pathfind in here. That's fine, I guess. Drop
I've heard
materials off. Get this alright battle axe and this perplexing wicked staff. Energy plus 5 will hex, damage plus 10% versus hexed foes. Yeah, no. This has 2 inscriptions, by the way, which is kind of neat, but neither are particularly good inscriptions. I mean, the hexed one is all... yeah, no, neither of them are particularly good. Okay, all right. For going into this, do I want a different setup? Most of what I'm thinking is that Empathic Removal is not a particularly powerful skill per se. It's very versatile. It's very flexible. Excuse me. It does quite a bit. But it's not especially powerful. Kind of feel like maybe I do want something a little bit more impressive. I'm going to go ahead and drop my strength down and grab protection prayers here. Yeah, I like empathic removal on a number of different things. Right? I'm gonna bring Shield of Deflection and Mending Touch. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean by that. Okay. There. I don't know. I feel like running Shield of Deflection, so I'm going to run Shield of Deflection. Paragon, I know they're talking about doing an overhaul to Paragon. I know they're talking about doing some stuff to Monk, particularly Smiting Prayers. The problem is that they had to... it feels to me like they booted... Yeah, it's true. Heroic Refrain. It feels to me like they booted... I had to get Guild Wars 2 out the door. That NCSoft probably is like, you spent 5 years on this thing, you need to release it. And then it just wasn't quite ready. So they had to spend a lot of time... or they just needed all hands on deck to make Guild Wars 2 work. And needless to say, when that happens... like they said, oh, we're going to an all hands on deck situation, but we'll be back, and then they were never back. And it was just like, oh, but I wanted you to come back and work on this game again. And just because Heroic Refrain is busted does not mean it's fun to play. It makes the classic blunder of being powerful and tedious at the same time. I'd like Heroic Refrain better if they were just like, yeah, okay, we recognize how the skill works. And just when you use it, it applies it to every party member. So that way you don't have to spend a bunch of time doing setup and like tediously maintaining it and stuff. I wish Over the Limit gave you strike levels. That'd be sweet. Like, imagine if Over Limit also increased your damage. That would be really cool. But it also gets like super mechanical. Try to explain what's going on if you did something with strike levels. No, I think I just need to go this way, don't I? I don't know, this map's a little bit convoluted to me. Getting a surprise number of purples. I stopped there for the stoning to hit me because, I mean, I probably could have dodged it now that I think about it. But I had stand your ground, so I'd take less damage if I was standing still than if I was moving. I'm not going for that 36 gold coins all the way back there. Is not worth. Good old Iway. Drider's defense is so tedious to deal with, but at least it's not super long lasting. What the heck did I get caught up on? Just taking my crystal to glowy thing. I don't know why the animations for these plant things going away ended up breaking at some point. How close am I to Jess? I don't know. Probably didn't really need Mending Touch here, though, as I'm thinking about it. Although what's fun is I can Shadow Step somebody and then Mending Touch them. For 10 energy. That'd been cool if Monk had some sort of, like, healing Shadow Step. Kind of like Up and Escape, except that ally is healed, not you are healed. It'd also be really interesting if there had been an enchantment that you use, and then it sits on you, and when it ends, you shadow step to the nearest ally. And it automatically ends when your HP goes below 50% or something. But like if you Contemplation of Purity or something, it would also end. That would be a really interesting effect. I do not know if it would be good or not. Okay, that's the second yellow die I've gotten today, which is kind of weird. Get out of here, Sycophant. Wes is over there. Fortunately, those white mantle are extremely bored. And they don't actually start attacking less until you get pretty close. Okay, Les, give me the business. What is the business? Ah, yes. You must know, the White Mantle are led by a wicked, evil man. Wicked and evil. Ooh. He is their champion. They call him the Demagogue because they are not at all lampshading what he does. He drives the mantle forward. They will do anything he asks. Until he has been brought down, the mantle will always have strength. You know, nothing to do with Holt the Iron Boot Heel. I find it really amusing that the Demagogue is just like a regular, like, level 16 warrior. Just, like, nothing impressive about the Demagogue. Holt here is way more impressive than the Demagogue. But it is a consistent plot point with the earlier primary quests that talk about the Demagogue's wrath or whatever. The Demagogue being in the area. I kind of skipped over all the story bits, but if you want them, I have them in my slow playthrough where I went through everything in immaculate detail, or at least careful detail. I still wish they'd fix this animation. I don't know why it's wrong. It just is not working properly. I know. Thorn Pedestal. I have a method for how I approach this. No, I cannot shadow step to an object. This is an object. Okay. So White Man will go claim that one. They're going to want to go get this one. But they need to go and get another doohickey crystal. So I am going to just follow them back to their base. I'm going to grab this, follow them to their base, and take them down. Because it turns out if they're all dead, they cannot, in fact, claim anything. Yeah, here comes an abbot. So then they send another runner. There's a finite number of them here, though, and they don't respawn, so... This is a spot where it's very easy to super over-aggro, though. Nope. You don't gonna make it. Oh, yeah, nothing like some spirits blocking the way. There's a savant there coming with the next one. Oh no, they're body blocked. Oh no, they're dead. I shattered my enchantment. Well, that's just rude. Get out of here, Sycophant. Sycophant. Psychopants. This is the better way of doing this one, by the way. Trying to actually hold the things is massively frustrating and not worth the effort. Slaughtering all of the White Mantle, on the other hand, is how you get to the bonus area. The area where the bonus is. And also, way easier than trying to run the danged crystals back and forth and get it first. Oh, and here's a Demagogue. Like I said, level 16 warrior. Very unimpressive. I have shielded deflection. You're not going to... Oh, I guess you hit me for 5 damage. Well, that's a bonus. Now I can just grab their crystal, but because I'm holding it, it aligns it to my color because the crystals are generic. Yeah. Yay. Now I just need to go kill the Henge Guardian. Yay. How do I do this? I run around is the answer to that question, by the by. Give me that long sword. Not too bad in terms of inventory fullness. Highly salvageable, you say. 11 iron ingots, you say. Very nice. How bad is this hand axe? Pretty bad. How about this fire staff? Also pretty bad. But hey, at least that tangled seed. A tingle seed. Whew, that sounds like a completely different thing. Oh man, grow a tingle tree. Once a fairy. We need more tingles in the world. People who are willing to be them wacky selves, even when they're supposed to be respectable adults, whatever that means. Sometimes I don't think Donkoro knows how to play his bar. Deflect arrows. All right, time for a primary quest. See, Justicar's armor contains some tan. I think they can contain either tan leather or iron ingots as part of what's going on here. Master Scout Kira only has skills, by the way. That is not...
Friend.
Shadow has the only primary quest. Here. We have another secret orders from a venue. We have another
I've
thing
heard
using that.
much of you. Welcome, friend.
Oh man, Divine Boon. That'd be absolutely atrocious in my hands. Yeah, there's a couple of skills here that would be kind of nice to pick up. A lot of them are not great. Heal Party is not one I want to be trying to use. But Restore Life, Vigorous Spirit. I could see running Infuse Health as well. Number of these are probably somewhat useful. Life Attunement is just so bad seeming. Like I feel like somebody's got to find a way I don't know. I can see some protection prayer stuff being useful. Scourge Sacrifice can be really nasty in the right situations. Okay, unlocked versus known. I don't have Final Thrust yet. Or Galras Slash. Wasn't something promising to give me Galras Slash if I did it? I was going to give me Vengeance defensive stance. I don't remember. Okay, this map is also ludicrously big. It is... There's no side quests. It is absolutely huge. It's so weird. I don't know how this ended up this way. It just did. Okay, well, that clears out my inventory well enough. I'm going to go follow a spider. Let's grab Life Sheath, because I'm feeling Life Sheathy. And Shielding Hands, because, you know what? Why not? Let's do something slightly different. The nice thing about Life Sheath is it cures 2 conditions. Although, I imagine if I have weakness on me, it only cures 1. You can pick up those marking webs, but then you're just going to have an inventory full of useless marking webs. So, don't. Is my suggestion. Can we fight fewer things, please? Doesn't this heal for 41 health when it ends? That's nice. Yeah, I hate it looked like she was coming under attack, and then she just stopped being under attack. Just make everybody run faster and get out of there. Huh? So hard about that. Well, apparently Elias found it very difficult. Heda, why are you struggling so much with these trolls? I guess you're horrendously body blocked or something. Have you tried not being horrendously body blocked? Well, Elias is alive again, so that's nice. You do not need good builds to do this stuff here. Although the area where we're about to go, that's going to be filled with white mantle, will probably want ones. Big old dialogue to click through. Hey, Blade Warrior Derek. Thank you. Weird Earth Scroll. Armor +3 versus physical damage and an additional 5 armor while casting. Worth a good bit of money, though. Let's get the bones out of this Troll Tusk. 5 bones. Not bad. Better bone count than friggin' Dredge Incisors for some reason. I don't know why Dredge Incisors have such a poor quantity of bones in them, but they do. Okay, this is a bit of a long mission. Do I have Symbolic Strike on this character? I do. Do I want to try to make use of Symbolic Strike on this character? That's the other question. I don't think so. I kind of want to bring Signet of Judgment, but I don't think I'm going to. I don't have any good Ritualist skills. I don't have any Spicy Dervish tech. I could switch over to Hammer. That would let me... I mean, I'd lose my offhand, obviously, but... advantage of Hammer is that would give me knockdown potential. And I could do something with knockdown and smiting prayers. They do have Stone Soul Strike. Yeah, let's do some sort of Ray of Judgment. Let's swap. Where's my Hammer Mastery hat? Third swing. Yeah, I need to swap over to hammers. I need to... customize this Gavel of the Nephilim. It kind of almost fits in her hands. It does not fit in Baratis's. He has a Gavel of the Nephilim as well. It's a really cool skin. It's just... very... large. We'll go with. I think I'm going to use Counterblow as my knockdown. It's a little less reliable, but I'm running for an Ray of Judgment here, so I don't know. I'm just going to withdraw some money and go to my guild hall and customize a couple of weapons. I don't know if I would want to try to fit another knockdown in my team somewhere. That's also a possibility. I'm not quite sure where I would stick it, but you're the skill trainer. You're not the weaponsmith. I really wish there was skilled specific weapons. I think that'd be pretty cool. I don't know why these aren't customized. I'm going to customize my Thunderfist Brass Knuckles. Okay, all of those are customized, and I don't think I have any weapons in there. No, okay, cool. Excellent. That is done. Aroni. Oh, minor soul reaping, literally not for sale. Cool. Of course not. It happens sometimes. Okay, I'm going to slide this over because I don't need that there now. I still have this as kind of an emergency, like, ability to heal people sort of thing, but... I'm going to switch to my big ol' hammer. My Furious Hammer. Energy should be fine, because Auspicious Blow does a bunch of plus damage and gains me 8 energy. And that's off of friggin' 0 energy cost, so that's an actual energy gain like crazy. Yeah. Really kind of hoping that would work a little bit better. I remember in Crude Swing used to have a minus 40 armor while activating claws. They decided it didn't need it anymore, and so it doesn't anymore. Okay. Elias's energy is pretty all over the place, and so is Parias's, but overall that actually went pretty well. I need to go this way, because this is where I go to activate the bonus. I do want to do the bonus here. I don't know if it makes it faster or slower, but I'm up to 9 skill points now, so that's nice. I'll get a couple more from turning in the book. I do think I'll have enough time to do this Augury Rock and Dragonslay today, though. I've got a little over an hour left in my planned stream time. I can go a little bit longer if I need to, but it is getting a little bit on the later side here. Sadra, could you... Thank you. I don't know why these guys are running around the way they are, but... yeah. Man, I love that, like, 90 some odd damage I get from proper strike. It's good. Good times. I have bad news. You're standing in a very small space, and I just friggin' dropped Ray of Judgment on you. This is why I brought Ray of Judgment, by the way, over something like Signet of Judgment. Because I knew that the enemies would... The Watchtower guards are up in this tiny little space where they cannot actually evade AoE skills. Kind of wish I had bowls right now, though. Bull strike, because these enemies are running around like crazy, and being able to knock them down while they're fleeing from me would be very useful, or while they're moving. It used to be specifically flee, and I think that was like a code check that is like hit an enemy that's in the back while it's moving, because they do have a specific check for you hit the enemy in the back, which might sound weird, but they use it if you hit an enemy that's running away from you, you get an automatic critical hit. So I think that was what was like the fleeing condition. So if you hit a fleeing enemy, i.e. you hit an enemy that's moving away from you in the back, automatic critical hit, but the skills that cared about fleeing would trigger in those circumstances. But it ends up being very tedious to kind of like have that work properly, like to make those skills actually function. So they actually got rid of that as a skill requirement, although the automatic critical hit against fleeing enemies is very much so still a mechanic. Woo! 184 damage? What? Oh, it was frenzying. That makes sense now. I'm like, an unknockdown Soulstone strike should not be doing that much damage. What the heck's going on here? But it's frenzy. Just took 4 times damage from it. I do have less defensibility using a hammer because I don't have my shield. Although, I wouldn't actually be using a shield with this arrangement anyway. I'd be using a smiting focus, so... Okay, this direction, I believe. There are a bunch of back routes you can go here that are filled with undead, but that lets you avoid White Mantle, which is kind of neat. The bonus just wants you to go and slaughter all the White Mantles, so I usually don't do it because I usually do the bonus. But there's not a whole lot of incentive to replay missions without doing the bonus, because if you're doing the Zaishin quest, then you kind of are motivated to do the bonus, because... you usually get bonus coins for that. Good old big hammer. I enjoy a good old big hammer. Hey, Abbots, how do you feel? Yeah, Ray of Judgment. I'm being very aggressive. Yeah, there's a boss there. You really shouldn't be wanding people. It opens you up to all kinds of mischief. Well, that was effective. His party's fairly decent, I'm noticing. Like, decent resiliency, decent power. We don't have a ton of healing, but we do have a decent amount of cleansing in these smiting skills, and this helps pump out some damage. Like, there's no healing going on here, but Shadow Song is real obnoxious for physical attackers. I can say, as somebody who has been frustrated by it as a physical attacker. I think there's a watchtower down there that I need to make sure I go hit up, because it's really easy to miss that one. Oh yeah, sitting in a Ray of Judgment will friggin' casting nonsense on me. Yeah, you deserve that. I guess I also have some healing on me too. Hello, Abbott. Oh man, that was satisfying. Okay, you got me. You got me. I think I can go down this way and get that one after getting the Scepter of Ore. I'm just really close to the Scepter of Ore, so I'm going to go grab it now. Baron the Implacable. Okay, you know what? We're going to take these guys out. I'm surprised you just stood there for the entire Ray of Judgment, but you have my thanks. Hammers are so much fun. I seriously think sword is the worst of the warrior weapons, and it makes me a little sad. Wait, that's just weird design. You can clearly go right over there. I don't... Okay. Whatever. There's a lot of ambient dialogue bubbles that the White Man will have here, which is kind of interesting. You know, I'm going to go gavel time. I have to carry this thing around. I might as well use a weapon that does some additional lifesteal, right? This is Murukai's Mole. Apparently Murukai is fairly zealous. Okay, I think there's a watchtower right in there that I need to make sure I go get. So I'm actually going to... It looks like I should be able to get there this way, but I don't know if I can. Yeah, I know. Scepter of War over here, etc. I think I need to go back up this way and head down, because I think what I'm looking at there is kind of an edge. So I need to take out this watchtower so I don't have to come back for this watchtower. I think this is the way to get there. Hey, Sycophant. No. I like the pre-order staves, but I have to admit, I wish one of them was enchanting. Because if one of them was enchanting, like enchanting is just such a useful mod to have, it would just make life a little bit easier. Is the reason why I wish that, by the by. I believe all you actually have to do here is take out the watchtower guards, but whew, boy, do I know that pain. Dying to cry of frustration. That's rough. Last night I saw a bone dragon. A bone dragon? A bone dragon! Gavel of the Nephilim is just such a cool name for a weapon. It's actually a really cool design, too. I believe it's a contest winner for a design a weapon contest. I think a lot of the factions endgame greens actually are. You can get gold gavels, I think, from the Deep and Urgos' Warren? Something like that. They definitely have the ability to drop at some areas. Some battered bones there. A lot of the skeletons are weak to blunt damage. Like, actually legit weak. Of course, a lot of those enemies are also just legit weak because they're level 13 instead of, you know, level, what am I, 20? Yeah. What I'm saying is that they're under-leveled relative to the player. That makes them a little bit easier if you're struggling, so... I see Galrath's training is alive and well within their ranks. Man, imagine being stuck in a tiny spot where you can't evade and then somebody just drops a giant death laser on you. That's what's happening to those guys, you know? I'm not even doing like max potential because I don't have 16 smiting prayers. But I do have max burning duration. So that's something. I don't... No, we get around to that watchtower. We just have to go past these giants first. I'm a warrior, so I only take 22 damage from that, I guess. Because of my rune of superior absorption. If you want to, you could just go take out Cyrus the Unflattering and avoid a bunch of fights, but that's not what we're here for. We're here to protect our healer from being ganged up on. You can do so much to help your party survive as a melee attacker by just paying attention to what's happening to your backline and disrupting their pressure. It's a really important principle of PvP in this game that does actually kind of translate to PvE as well. Yeah, we'll get the Scepter of War later. We need to take out this other watchtower first. Like, right now, Olias is getting sort of trounced, but if I knock this guy down and... Oh, yeah, Binding Chains was ending that dude. I don't know if you saw it or not, but he was just, like, slow walking for a couple seconds. There we go. And there's the bonus. Most excellent. Let's go grab ourselves a Scepter of Ore. I just need to take out Cyrus the Unflattering now. And unfortunately for him, I'm going to just drop a Ray of Judgment on his face. Okay. That's all I needed to do there. Sanctum K I've already done. Holy moly, I've filled up my inventory. Okay, I'm not going to worry about clearing that out just yet because the next mission I need to do is Augury Rock. I'm just gonna go Augury Rock in it. There, this makes this trivial. Probably shouldn't have Ray of Judgment, but also meh. Highly salvageable, eh? 7 granite from something that weak? Yeah, that's pretty good. For some reason, Justicar's armor tends to be... Okay, I need to not... There we go. And I have ascended. Woo! Okay. Now I need to clear out my inventory a little bit more. I also need an identification kit. Let's grab Dunkoro. I'm gonna look at Ogden and Santir. Because Ogden is set up to be smiting. Dunkoro is healing, and I imagine Talcora is protection? Yeah. Okay, so that means I don't actually need this minor divine favor rune on this character. Because these guys are all set up. And he's already the smiting one. So that means I'm going to make him superior divine favor. So I don't need the other ones. That's just kind of how it goes. I'll probably put this minor divine favor in my bank somewhere. If I can figure out where. My room is somewhat limited. Random Charhide. I have this here because it's got really weird mods. Huh. I probably should be getting rid of some of these. I don't think I need this. I'm going to say I don't need this, and I'm going to sell this and drop this minor divine favor rune off in there. Okay. Let's grab some of this team that I was using back. Okay, so that's the team that I'd had. I want to add a little bit more to it. There's the merchant. I need Shriava. I need an ID kit. Thank you. Survivor and minor illusion. Okay. I'm going to hang on to this and process it later. Also, I seem to have filled up my tanned hide supply, so that's not surprising. I'm going to sell off a stack of cloth. That doesn't have any value and is really easy to replenish if I need it. Jeweled chakram has some iron in it. Okay, is the rest of the stuff all identified? It looks like it. This deadly cesta is actually probably worth more. Yeah, it's way more. It's 3 iron ingots. That's a non-max mod, and you can craft the stuff with that particular mod, so... Alright, I'm actually really enjoying Ebon Escape, so I want to get that back on my bar instead of Sneak Attack. Sneak Attack is really useful to have. Now, this is a place where I'd normally bring Sickness of Capture, but I don't actually need any of the skills available here. I have the ones that I would have any interest in. I'm going to need to bring this back up, because I am bringing in the rest of my... or more team. I think I might run Pyre, Fear Shot, and Talcora here. Yeah, Pyre is as little set up as I expected him to be. Talcora is doing a boon signet bar. Okay, I have boon signet. I don't need... It's open right now. So I've got boon signet. I've got Aegis, I'm sure. Yeah. Mend ailment is quite useful. Shielding hands. I have a copy of Guardian. I'd rather run Guardian than Shielding Hands. Shielding Hands is nice, but it's got a 15-second recharge. This is a 4-second recharge, so I just feel it's a bit stronger. Gift of Health is cool. This works with Gift of Health, so. And then Remove Hex. I'm sure I've got like 5 copies of that. I always have. Yeah, I have plenty of copies of that one always. Yeah, okay. And that does not overlap with what Donkoro is doing, because Donkoro is like pure healing prayers. Okay. Energy might be a little tricky for her, but that's part of what I'm doing with Pyre here. Now, Pyre probably really wants some runes, but tough luck. I'm not going to bother with that right now. Yeah, I don't have any just lying around there, and I don't think I have any in here. I have an Elementalist rune for, like, Zed, but... Okay, we're going / Necromancer. I got Blood Ritual earlier, right here. So we're actually going to go into some blood magic. So I want Blood Ritual. I don't know if there's anything else here that would actually be particularly useful, so I may lower that to just be 3. So this would be a 12-second duration. If I lower it down to like 6, that's a 10-second duration. So that's 2 energy. That's 12. That's 11. We'll go with this split. That I feel like that gives me... This is a touch range skill, but that's fine. Like, it'll be a reduced energy cost because of expertise, because it's touch range. So that's partly why I went with the Ranger here. So I could go with Barrage, which is often my inclination, but maybe I want actually to go with something else. Regardless, I kind of want Savage and Distracting Shot. Do I have Crossfire? I like Crossfire for just a generic attack. I probably don't have it, though, because it is a Nightfall skill, and this character hasn't really done very much Nightfall yet. I do have Body Shot, which... Yeah, I have Weaken Armor over here, so Body Shot works nicely. That helps with his own energy management. Part of what I'm wondering is, do I want to go Barrage, or do I want to go with, like, a preparation that does stuff? I kind of like... Maybe I want a Bow Attack? Landry Shot is interesting. Deals plus damage and inflicts crippled if target foe is moving or knocked down. Like, that's not bad, but there's a lot of enemies here that aren't going to bleed. I'm inclined towards Barrage just because it's strong, but it does AoE damage and things like that that are cool. Focus Shot is really good if you're not planning on bringing other attack skills. Which you might be, but it's a weird build that doesn't. I could bring, like, Expert's Focus and Punishing Shot, maybe? Because it steals plus damage and has nice recharge and stuff. I'm kind of inclined towards running Glass Arrows here. Just raw plus 15 damage. Determined Shot is okay filler. I'll use that. Again, Crossfire would be my preferred filler skill. Lower recharge at 4 seconds. It's only 5 energy. It deals okay plus damage and has an unblockability clause. That's going to be pretty easy to hit with me going up in front of things. But, yeah. Okay, I think I'll roll with that for him. Having access to Blood Ritual seems pretty nice. There is an argument that I could instead put Blood Ritual on Heda, but it is going to be a bit weaker since I'm doing a pretty nice one there. I don't really want to be continuing Ray of Judgment. What I actually like the idea of is instead of Counter Blow, running an Elite Knockdown and then also running Bull's Strike. Probably... Alternatively, I could just run Enraged Smash, which is an elite version of Bull's for hammers. And then I could use, like, Hammer Bash. I don't have Hammer Bash, do I? That's weird, but okay. Or Counter Blow. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of inclined towards Devastating Hammer. Yeah, I mean, I could do this, though. Because this would give me a lot of adrenaline to help power Counterblow and could have some knockdowns in its own right. Yeah, let's try this. Let's try this. That seems fine. Okay. Let's go ahead and do this mission. I'm not sure how long this will take. I might have some time after I'm done with it to do a few other things, but we'll see. This one is a little bit of a longer one just because it's got a lot of parts. Including part degen right here. Like, gaining 5 adrenaline on a hit, because that's what the skill actually does, is ridiculous for building up charge to do things, so... Yeah, I'm liking how much Enraged... What is this? Enraged Smash is charging. I think his original functionality is extremely different, but... Like, often I've captured Shield of Regen and stuff here, but... Yeah, I accidentally hit the wrong button. That's okay. Give me your terrible brute sword. This is the monk one. They do some really cool stuff with this, but oh man, did you see how brutal that was? I got friggin' counterblow when it was in a chaos storm and it was just stuck there. Getting chaos stormed. You do not want to be stuck sitting in a chaos storm. That's gonna hurt. This is a really important capping mission. Oh, the Ranger one. It sucks. The Ranger one is just a universal snare on your movement. I don't know exactly how much it is. It feels like it's probably 33. But it's terrible and I hate it. I don't want to try to fight Glint at the end of this, by the way. We're not well set up for that. You want to have stance removal, and Inspired Hex is a really good idea, and stuff like that, so... Some weird music to have going on in here. It's just a little too chill. Just a little bit too chill. What's weird is they put these enchanted bows on this really good, like, overlooking position that's got a lot of strong tactical advantage. But then they all want to run down so they can get to melee range to throw dirt in my face, so... Oh, man. Turns out when this friggin' works, it hurts a lot. Because it deals plus 42 damage, plus the auto crit, probably, because I'm probably hitting you in the back. Yikes. Good stuff. How long have we been in this one? I can't see through Tukwar. 4 minutes. That's not bad. Give me this tribal blade. It's probably full of granite for some mysterious reason, but I'll take it anyway. Can be knocked down. It just doesn't really look like it. I use very similar enemies for the facets of the deities. Except I don't think they have an elementalist one. Which makes sense. Elementalist represents all of the 5 original deities before they retconned Abaddon into the canon. Water magic is associated with Grenth. Earth magic with Melandru. Fire magic with Balthazar. Air magic with Dwayna. And energy storage with Lissa. So... yeah, crusty lodestones. Hang on. Yes. There's a couple of passages you can take in there that takes you behind some giant crystal thingies. I didn't want to go that way, though, so I was trying to double check to make sure I wasn't. If anybody was wondering what I was specifically doing there. And then there's this whole maze-ish thing here. These guys are vaguely annoying, but they're not the worst. Although I don't really like how much they're draining my energy. The Chaos Storms are a bit of a problem. He doesn't use Divine Healing nearly as much as I would. He being Dunkoro. Oh man, got it in Tekken and still got the thing. Ooh, 5 scales. That's very nice. Mantra of Recall, but I'm not getting that on this character. This has Gren's Balance, which is available all over the place, and it's super unexciting as a skill in my opinion. It's one of those skills that feels like it has a lot of potential, but actually practically making it work is whatever the opposite of easy is in this case. Not like hard isn't the right sort of thing. It's more like really fiddly. Like getting it to work is super, super fiddly. More than like difficult per se. Oh man, I love enemies that use Frenzy. They die so fast. Give me big damage numbers. Oh, look at all those numbers. A 206 in there? Felt like I needed to sneeze. It happens, folks. And you know what? I will take having to sneeze on stream than having to sneeze while driving, because that is the worst. Whew. I think you caught a little bit of the sound of that. Hopefully not too much. Try to lean away from the microphone to help reduce that. All right, let's take these guys out. I am feeling really sneezy for some reason. Okay, Facet of Darkness. I do have to worry about it's doing a Grunt's Balance when it gets low. Hey! Skill point. Is this the... This is the alley. Warrior's the last one for some reason. I feel like ArenaNet, like, really held Warrior in fairly high regard. I don't know. All of the original 6 have, like, another high point. It still bothers me a little bit that Healing Breeze doesn't get up to 10 regen it. At 16 attribute. I imagine it has a breakpoint where it does. I just don't know what that breakpoint is. You know? Man, these things are super weak to my hammer. I feel like they must be weak to blunt damage given how much they're taking. It definitely could be the case. You know what? I'm curious. I'm going to look this up. Healing Breeze. 17 to get 10. So if you have a Master of My Domain, you can get 10 health regen off of Healing Breeze. It actually hits 11 if you get to 20. But that's a little bit trickier. A little bit trickier to do. I mean, I'll take it. Probably not very good, but... halves casting time of spells, 10%, and halves skill recharge of water magic spells, chance 20% on a fire wand. Cool. That's like a perfect old school weapon, practically. If it was Rec 9, it would be even more, like, perfect. Okay. It's the warrior area that likes to knock you down. It gets annoying. Yep, there it is. Several second knockdown. Yeah, there goes Dunkoro. In his defense, he got aftershocked while knocked down, which is bad for your health. I'm actually going to wait for his energy to recover a little bit, probably for the next knockdown. That. Just because his energy being really low is not good for us. Part of why I think sword is the worst of the warrior weapons, by the way, is because hammer has crude swing and you have cyclone axe on axe, but sword doesn't have an equivalent. It used to be crude swing was much worse, but not these days. We're actually going through this mission pretty quickly. 17 minutes? I mean, given how long it is anyway. My goodness. If you can friggin' enrage smash somebody down, they have taken so much damage. I'm kind of enjoying this bar, though. There it is. I was going to say I'm going to wait until the next knockdown, and then I got knocked down, so. Okay, Facet of Strength. Okay, Gladiator's defense is not great for me to attack through, but... you know what? That guy is immune to knockdowns because otherwise he'd be vulnerable to his own area effect. The other ones have been knockdownable, but that one wasn't. I think that's the reason why. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Hi, Glint. So at this point, I could fight Glint to try to get the bonus. I feel like it would be a bad idea, though. I'm just not well prepared for her. You kind of want to bring specific stuff. Okay, now my book is filled out. I have a random bow in my inventory. Let's go turn this book in, and I think I'll call it a day there. That seems reasonable. This character will be ready to do... I'll drop her off in Consulate Docks, probably? Actually, you know, I'm going to leave my party. The reason why I'm leaving my party is I need to go to LA to turn this in, and I just don't want to deal with different party size shenaniganery. Gordon Ecker. I will do some identification while I'm walking, but I won't necessarily look at all of this off camera or on camera. Written evidence. Look at my copy of the Flameseeker Prophecies. 8,000 gold and 80,000 experience points. It is complete. So that'll help with my experience points a lot. This is very beneficial. Okay. So when next I come back to this character, which, again, I am not streaming next week because next week is Christmas, and I'm not planning on streaming on Christmas. But when next I come back, it will be time for Consulate Docks on this character. I may do a Dark Souls 1 randomizer as well first. I don't know. That's always a possibility. But yeah, next time I play this game, my intention is to continue on Ardens Argentum. So that's going to go ahead and wrap things up for me for today. A little bit shy of 6 hours, but that's fine. I'm getting real hungry, so I'm going to go see about supper. Until next time, everyone, take care. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.